and that's what I used on the LAN side of things. And then as far as the operating system that I'm running, yet again, not traditional. It's running a distribution called Vios. Vios is a Debian-based immutable distribution designed to do networking and routing capabilities. It's more enterprise-focused than things like OpenSense and pfSense. It kind of is configured similarly to how Cisco works, where you get dumped on a command line and it's have fun, use set and delete and so on to update everything. The major draw to Vios was it uses a single configuration file for its entire configuration, whether that be network cards, firewalls, routing rules, DHCP tables, static leases, everything. It's kind of JSON-esque, not strictly JSON, but it's very similar. And the beauty of that file is you can back that up, or it actually has APIs and so on, so it works with Ansible as well if you wanted to do that. One caveat, if you were to look at Ansible for this, is Ansible doesn't work super well when your network's down. So the original goal was to use Ansible with this, but I learned really fast that was a bad idea because as soon as you break your LAN, you can't update your router using Ansible anymore. So just keeping a backup of the configuration is great. And another positive note for Vios is when you switch hardware, all you have to do is change the MAC addresses in part of the configuration, and all of your configuration will then apply to the new system. So it's super easy to switch it back and forth between devices. Yeah, all right, we'll move on. So new router. Now it was pretty obvious that my switching was not good. It's kind of like you update one thing and then you realize how bad the other parts are, and so you end up kind of redoing everything. So here's Unify. We have a U6 Lite, and the U6 Lite's just for Wi-Fi. It works pretty well. I was also gifted that 24-port PoE switch in the middle there. And then I have a 2.5 gig 5-port switch that I run all of the servers off of, as well as my desktop in my office. And of course, I'm running a self-hosted controller. Oh, I thought I had a slide for that. That's okay. So it's running a self-hosted controller running on the PVE1 node in its own VM. Well, guess what? I got a new desktop again. So we get another server. This time, follow with me for just a second. There's a bunch of hardware that moves around, and it's kind of important for the following diagrams to make sense. The old PVE1 is now PVE2. The old PVE2 is now a media PC, so it's out of the equation. And the latest old desktop is now PVE1. Sorry for the slight confusion there, but I figured that was important. The big thing to note, most of the hardware stayed the same other than the RAM doubled. Whoops, the RAM doubled, but we have a 1080 Ti running in this server now. Started getting into AI, and notably Jellyfin really likes to have something to do transcoding with, which those AMD CPUs don't have integrated graphics, so you can't do any of that. And the old 480 doesn't do it either. So then this is what PVE1 looks like, very similarly to before. If you look all the way on the right, you can see two new additions. Those are LXC containers, and those are running the AI stuff, mainly being Olama and speech-to-text and text-to-speech software that I use with my Home Assistant. I have the voice preview editions, so they're kind of like your little Alexa or Google Home speakers. And so having local AI or like GPU accelerated stuff to do the transcoding, to do the voice to text and text to speech is really helpful. It makes it a lot faster and actually usable. Otherwise it takes forever. And then having Jellyfin moving over to an LXC is so that it can have access to the GPU to do transcoding. And then this is the new PVE2 node. This node is now running a 5-node Proxmox cluster, or it's running Proxmox, but it's running a 5-node Kubernetes cluster. And the Kubernetes cluster was so that I could learn Kubernetes not only for myself, but also this was around the time I started Victoriametrics, and most of the stuff that we do at work is all Kubernetes based. So it was important that I learned how Kubernetes worked. And for those of you that know how Kubernetes works, yes, it's not optimal to run 5 nodes on a single node. However, I did that because I was learning and I wanted to test failover and what happens when you drop nodes off the network. Now, finally, now that we have all of the history, we can get to the problem. Well, man, it really doesn't show up on the projector. That's showing the overall architecture with everything on it. I don't have time to maintain all this by hand. This is a ton of stuff to maintain by hand. It's like 24 services or more across multiple VMs and containers and so on, as well as the hosts that also need maintained. This was taking multiple hours a week just doing updates. I don't like to run old software, so anytime there's updates, I like to be on the bleeding edge of everything. And so just maintaining that and making sure that I did updates, not only just Docker pull to do the update, but a lot of software required configuration changes too. So it wasn't just as simple as sshn, run 2 commands, and off you go. It was a little bit more work than that. So like any good engineer, I decided to sit down and write some requirements. So in no particular order, there are 5 of them. Maintaining and updating services should be quick and easy, ideally done from a phone in my spare time. Fully reproducible. The environment should be set up with nothing but Git repositories. 3, zero configuration drift. For infrastructures, code tools such as Ansible to work reliably, config drift cannot happen. This was a personal note that I had noticed throughout my Ansible journey is if you SSH in at 10 o'clock or 2 a.m. in the morning and you don't update your infrastructure's code tools, they very quickly become useless. Point number 4, automate the boring stuff as much as possible. Things such as DNS, backups, SSL certificates, etc. should all be automated. I'm not interested in any of that kind of stuff for me specifically. I like running the services, so if it's not automated, I might not actually do it, and well, that's a bad thing. And then alerted when applications fail. Like I said earlier, Synapse is the major application that's running here. It's like the flagship, if you will, and I rely on it daily, so having it be down is not okay. So I kind of broke out these requirements, and we're going to go over some of the software that I evaluated to solve each of these issues. Watchtower, originally released back in February of 2017, it sits on the Docker socket and listens, or it like pulls the Docker socket for what containers are available on the system, and then it will reach out to GitHub, GitLab, whatever, and see if there's updates, and if there is updates, then it will pull the new container and restart the container, doing the update for you. The downsides of Watchtower is it doesn't follow infrastructure as code principles, meaning I'm not able to use it because of the requirements of everything has to be done through a Git repository. And then 2, listening on a Docker socket's a little weird. And then 3, it can do updates anytime it wants. And so if it decides to update at 3 a.m., and it breaks, well, now your service is down until you get up in the morning and find out that it's down, which for Synapse especially is a problem, because if your server is down for hours at a time, your server then has to catch up on federation. And that can take hours, depending on how many big rooms you're in and how long your server's been down, and also how fast your server is. The next one, Dockhand. This one's more of an honorable mention because this is a very new piece of software, but I included it for the sake of any people that are probably more beginners to Home Lab. This would be a great piece of software to get started with. As it was released February of this year, the major functionality with this that's really cool is it's kind of like a full-on manager. So you get a web UI at the end of the day. Instead of having to constantly SSH in, you get to use this nice web UI, and it also does security scans for you, and it handles those kind of automatic updates. And so it's more of a Docker manager. But I included it here as an honorable mention for that. The one that I ended up actually going with is Mend Renovate, originally released back in December of 2016, so quite a long time ago. What it does is it's a bot that creates PRs when it finds updates. So it's used in most popular open source software. So if you look at like one that I know for sure is Jellyfin. Jellyfin uses it to manage their dependencies. So you can also use it in software projects, or in my case, I'm using it to do updates for my Docker containers in my home lab. So it keeps a human in the loop. It follows our infrastructure as code principles, and so that's why I chose it. And then for requirements 2 and 3, I kind of split this out a little bit. So you have like the doers, and then we have the runners. And so these are the doers, and there's 3 major categories of these. There's image builders, being Kiwi and Packer. There's your machine managers, which in this case is OpenTofu or Terraform. OpenTofu is a fork of Terraform that has a better license on it, since HashiCorp did what HashiCorp did a couple years ago. And then you have your machine or configuration managers, Ansible, Puppet, Chef, SaltStack, etc., that actually take the machine that exists and makes it useful. So Kiwi and Packer generate the golden images that I use in my home lab. A golden image is a machine image that you take and you do an installation of, and then you configure it however you want it update it, secure it, install additional software you like, remove software you don't like, etc., and then pack it all back together into an image that you can then redeploy over and over and over again. Very commonly used in enterprise, but also in my case, you saw the number of VMs. I don't want to do that all the time. That's a lot of work. And also, it handles setting up automated updates in my case. So any VM that's deployed off of this image automatically gets updated. And so then it does that. But in addition, one of the things that's really useful for home lab is pulling down updates can take forever, especially when you have a bunch of machines. So when you create these golden images, if you do it kind of somewhat regularly, like once a month, instead of when you deploy a new piece of software and you run, apt-get upgrade, and then you have to go have lunch and a drink and then come back, and then maybe it's done, you get to have it be a lot faster because you did the updates like a week or two ago, and then you get to have that one time instead of having to continuously do it. I guess I should tell you what I picked out of this list. I picked Packer, mostly because I didn't know KiwiNG existed, but the cool thing with Packer is it puts the VM template image that it creates on the Proxmox node directly, so you can just right-click it in the UI and create your containers off of that, or Terraform can integrate with it as well. I picked Lfnw, and I picked Ansible. Ansible was just because I was familiar with it. And then here we're to continuous delivery, or software runners, as I like to call them. Kind of generic CI/CD tools on the left, and then more specialized tools on the right. Generic CI/CD tools are great. They can run all sorts of different pieces of software. The problem that I was running into at the time is, how do you update the updater? So if I'm hosting the updater and I need to update it, how do I do that without the updater then going down mid-process? So I ultimately didn't use those for that reason. I have since thought about it a little bit more, and I think it is possible to do it if you ran multiple runners and then you use tagging to separate what runs on what, but that gets really complicated. Semaphore UI, dedicated piece of software that's designed to run Terraform, Lfnw, Ansible, etc. The major reason I didn't pick it was, at the time, it didn't have pipelining, and so you couldn't run one process. Like I said, I don't like clicking more buttons, so you can't run one process that then runs Terraform and then Ansible. You had to run them as two separate jobs. Nowadays, it does have that functionality, but the other reason why I didn't choose it is because it relies on a database, meaning it's got another piece of data that I have to keep track of and back up and restore and all that stuff. So the one I ended up with was a little project called Lfnw, and this was kind of out of desperation. I looked at all these other tools, and I had no idea about what Lfnw was, but I ended up finding it. It's this little piece of software. It's written in Go. It's essentially a bash runner from a web browser. So you pull up this web page, you get presented with a whole bunch of buttons. You can click the button, and on the background, you've configured what that script runs. So essentially, it's / whatever your script is, and then you can pass arguments to it as well. So for my case, I have a drop-down. I can click yes or no to delete the VM. So you can either delete it or you can update it in place. And then it's all configured through YAML on the back end, meaning that there's no data that you have to keep track of. It's all infrastructure as code in that way. So that's the one I ended up going with for that. And then obviously for any of this to work, I've kind of touched on this a little bit, strict configuration and data separation. I'm mounting all of my volumes for data over NFS. Works pretty well for some applications, less so for others, mainly being databases, so your mileage may vary a little bit there. Running the NFS host on PVE1, so I get 100 gigabit back and forth because they're running on the same system. But if you were to run certain things, especially over the network, you may end up with some additional bottlenecks. But largely for big applications, big files, such as like media stores and so on, works just fine. It's really important to have it separated though, because when I click bye-bye on a VM, I don't want my data to go with it. Requirement number 4, we kind of touched on these a lot already. You may ponder why OpenTofu's back up there. OpenTofu manages my DNS records. So I run bind9 at home, which is like an enterprise grade thing, but you can install it. It's just a package. You can run it. It has a bad rap for being hard to configure. There's a lot of guides on the internet. It's not as hard as it seems. The major reason I picked bind9 was because it has an API, meaning that OpenTofu can use it. And so OpenTofu manages all of my DNS records, and so the DNS record file sits alongside the machine configuration, so anytime the machine changes, it's also being tracked in Terraform and automatically updated. And then you have Traffic, and Traffic is doing my is doing my SSL certificates automatically, like we already touched on. And then Copia on the right over there is a backup piece of software. Copia is pretty great. It uses a Git style approach, so you have your remote repository, and that lives on either S3 or SSH, or it supports, like, I think it's like a dozen different backends. And the beauty of that is all of the configuration for how the backups are managed are all stored on that. And so the only pieces of state you have to manage is the credentials to access whatever the remote store is, and notably the encryption key required to decrypt the vault, because if they don't store it unencrypted on somebody else's server, which is a big no-no. So having that is really great. The only thing that it doesn't do very well is it doesn't have a way natively to run backups on a schedule. So I wrote an Ansible module and some scripts that do that, and if you're interested in using Copia, they're going to be linked at the end of the talk in some of the repositories, because my home lab's open source, by the way. So all of this is up on GitLab, and there'll be a link at the end of the talk for it. It also has a nice GUI, which is super helpful for one-off backups or modifying things like retention policies and so on. Down to our last requirement. Alerted when applications fail. I don't like, opening the app and going, why is it broken? It's really important to have something that does that for you. So 2 tools here. Uptime Kuma. Uptime Kuma manages things like basic ping tests, DNS checks, and notably it sends notifications to Matrix when things fail. So here's an example alert. The Unify controller is down with a status code of 502, which for the Unify controller, I don't know about you guys, but my Unify controller loves to just go down randomly. And I still don't really know why, because as soon as I log in and check the logs, it seems fine, but I don't know, whatever. And then it goes back up on its own a little bit later. But that all shows up in Matrix, which is super nice for me. Yes, I am aware having your alerts on a piece of software you also run in your home labs, maybe not the best thing in the world, but if Synapse goes down, I tend to notice pretty fast anyway, so it's a failure domain I'm okay with. And then Shiftmon. Shiftmon's kind of Uptime Kuma, but like on extreme steroids. So it's a combination of a lot of software out there in the open source community. So the picture is Grafana. And then on the back end, it's using things like Prometheus Alert Manager for sending alerts, the Victoria Metrics and Victoria Logs stacks to manage metrics, logs, and I think traces support now, right? Yeah, traces support now. The main dev for Shiftmon happens to be sitting in the back of the room. And one of my major use cases for it, surprisingly to me, I didn't know this at the time. I was deploying it just to mess around with it and learn. But one of the major things that it was useful to me for was, you saw all those applications are all running on the same host, right? So as soon as one application starts failing, you may not realize that it's that one that failed, and it's just sitting there silently restarting, whereas you're actually noticing it in a different application. For example, I had one of my AI components that would sit there and just restart every like 5 minutes, and I didn't realize that because I wasn't using it, and I don't have a good way of monitoring that specific component, at least at the time. And what I was noticing was that my Synapse was really slow. And so I was troubleshooting Synapse and then went, oh wait, I should go look at Shiftmon. So I did, and I saw that my IO weight was through the roof. And specifically, because I can see it broken down by virtual machine and there's a separate containers view, I could see that the AI container was sitting there restarting on a separate VM, causing the IO weight that was making Synapse slow. And so being able to see that in more of a distributed view that you can see in one place is really helpful when you get to this kind of size. As well as centralized logging is awesome. I'm hoping to give a talk dedicated to just centralized logging at some point. It's really great. So having all that in one place is really nice, especially not having to like log into machines and try to just find your way through the dark as you're trying to figure out what's going on. So now I put together a little bit of flows on how everything actually functions. So my diagrams really don't show up well on this projector, but there we go. So you can see there's the admin VM, and it's 1/2 because there's 2 of them, because like I said, you have to update the updater. And so it pulls from Git, Olive10, you run in Olive10, there's a demo later that shows how this works, but you click a button in Olive10 and then it runs, it'll kick bash off, but then in this case it's Packer, so it'll kick Packer off to then talk to the PVE node to create a VM, and then Packer will go through and configure the VM, install the OS, do all of the updates, and set up all of the additional securities and so on that I have worked on. for having the VM the way that I like it, and then it will convert it to a VM template image that is then saved on the Proxmox node for later use. And of course, it's pulling everything from Git, so we maintain our central source of truth for that. Then this is the OpenTofu Ansible flow. Very, very similar to before, but in this case it runs OpenTofu. OpenTofu goes to the PVE node that then clones the template that we created using Packer into its own VM, configures it with its own settings, things like multiple different networks, like I run VLANs, so different VMs are on different LANs. It also configures how many CPU cores, memory, etc., all in OpenTofu. And then OpenTofu will then automatically run Ansible, and then Ansible will then reach out to the machine and configure it over SSH. And then ultimately, this is how the Renovate flow works. It's not super complicated, but Renovate sits and runs on one of the VMs in my lab that then periodically reaches out to GitLab, reaches out, reads through all the repositories, can tell all of the different Docker images I'm using. It does this all automatically. And then it will then reach out, it's usually to GitHub because that's where a lot of projects are sourced, and it will read through, see if there's any new changes, and then it creates MRs or PRs depending on what Git repository you use, that then a human can then review and merge into the repository. And so it's as simple as clicking merge in GitLab and then clicking one button in all of 10, and we've updated a service. So I guess I was getting a little ahead of myself, but so this is what the flow looks like. I don't know how legible that is. Hopefully it's somewhat readable. But in this case, it's Jellyfin, and it's a minor release. You can see in the red bubble that we were going from 10.11.5 to 10.11.6. And so it's a minor version, and it tells you that under the update it's a patch. It's not a major release. But then you can click the source code button, and that'll take us over to GitHub, where we can then do our little review, make sure that there's no configuration that's required. Most projects are pretty good about putting stuff if there's breaking changes in their release notes. Not always, but usually. So we can look at this and go, oh yeah, looks good. They're using Renovate as well. And it was just some minor dependency updates. So we're good to go. So now we'll click merge, and then it'll merge it, and then hopefully my video plays. So then click the button in all of 10, and now it's going to run through, and it'll go out and pull down all of my Git repositories, which will include that update we just did. And then it runs some init stuff for OpenTofu, and then it clicks go on Tofu, and it does the apply, make sure that the machine state's correct, and then now it's running Ansible, and Ansible runs through and configures the machine. In this case, there really wasn't a whole lot to do. It just pulled the new package down, and that was sped up, by the way. And then once it gets all the way to the end, you're good to go, and you get to see the log, which is super great. So to kind of go back through, how are we doing on time?
We are just about hitting the end of the session.
Awesome. So back through, managing and updating services should be quick and easy, ideally done from a phone in my spare time. 2 websites. I think that's pretty easy to do on a phone, right? Fully reproducible. The environment should be built with nothing but Git repositories. Central source of truth for our golden images, our machine configurations. The only thing that's not in Git is data, and well, you shouldn't be putting data in a Git repository. So there you go. But I have backups for that, so we can easily restore the backups if needed. Zero configuration drift. This is more of a human thing, but when you make your environment so nice to use with the correct tools, then people don't want to do the other things that they're not supposed to do. And of course, with this kind of methodology, if you did want to, you could, in your golden images, you could remove SSH. You would still technically need it for Ansible, but if you used a different tool, then you could have not done that. Or you can just put in the Ansible or the SSH key just for Ansible, and then not allow anybody else to have access to it. Automate the boring stuff. I think we covered that pretty well. And alerted when applications fail. So, questions? And there's the links. So this is the link to the GitHub or the GitLab organization that has all of the source code for everything I talked about. And then if you want to hit me up on Matrix, I'm sleuth.rexrobotics.org. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you. That's a lot of information. I read it where you were at the problem slide, so you've just saved me dozens, if not hundreds of hours. So I'm very grateful for that. I've got 2 questions, if you don't mind. First one is Terraform versus Ansible. Where's the split? Where's the cutoff? Because I know there's a lot of overlap in certain not modules, but providers, for example, in Terraform. So how do I decide when I should put something in Ansible versus Terraform or OpenTofu?
Okay, so to repeat for the stream, the question was, when do you use Terraform and when do you use Ansible? And a lot of people have a misconception that the tools do the same job. They really don't. So they really do two completely different things. Terraform creates the machine. And you can think of Terraform as a automated way of interacting with APIs. So anything that has an HTTP API pretty much has a Terraform module, or you could create one out of it. So what Terraform does in my case, and in a lot of cases, is it creates the virtual machine, the Kubernetes cluster, the whatever it is. It creates the thing for other things to run on, versus Ansible, which actually does the configuration of whatever it is. So in this case, it's adding certificates, it's adding configuration files, it's I install Docker in the golden image, but if you didn't, you would install Docker on top of the image. And then doing the compose to then start the services and manage the life cycles that way. So they really are like two different paths.
The golden image, I guess, does have some overlap with Ansible.
A little bit, yeah.
In some ways, you kind of pick which one. So then basically Terraform brings it up to the point where you could SSH it.
Yeah.
And then Ansible takes it over.
Yeah, Terraform creates the machine. Terraform is you installing the OS with a thumb drive, kind of, when you're doing a virtual machine. Technically, it doesn't do the install, but...
Yeah, okay. And the second question is transitioning from home labbing to Victoria Metrics, as brief as possible, kind of what was the biggest change for you? What did you learn the most? Or how prepared were you for it?
So the question was going from a home lab environment to going to working at Victoria Metrics where I do giant enterprise stuff. Kind of how was that transition and how well prepared was I for that? I was decently prepared because I happened to have known somebody that worked there, so I kind of had a little bit of an in on that. But in terms of going from like home labbing to Kubernetes and distributed systems ago, that was a big adjustment. When you're just going home lab with like VMs like this to going to home lab Kubernetes, it's a big shift, but it's not a massive shift. Versus when we're talking about giant distributed systems that are running on thousands of computers, the correctness goes up dramatically. You have to be right, and if you get one thing wrong, you tend to have cascading issues, and so the stakes are just a lot higher. It's a similar amount of stuff, but it's just a higher
Standard.
Exactly, it's a higher standard.
Cool, thank you.
Any more questions? Yes?
So you spent a lot of time praising Synapse, but you didn't really talk about what it really does for you. I mean, maybe a minute or two on that.
Sure. So the question is, what does Synapse do? So Synapse is the reference server architecture for the Matrix protocol. The Matrix protocol is a decentralized chat network. It's kind of like if you're familiar with like a Signal or a Discord or whatever, except for instead of it being ran by one giant company that owns all of the servers and owns all of the data, it's a federated network of a whole bunch of people that run their own servers. Like I run my own server, a bunch of my friends run their own servers. There happens to be matrix.org, which is the big public one that a lot of people are aware of, which is kind of the, if you want to get onto Matrix without being a sysadmin, here you'd go. But ultimately, most people run their own servers, and so then all those servers talk to each other, creating a federated network. More questions? Yeah?
What does Ansible do in general?
So Ansible, it's written in Python, and what it does is it kind of acts like you SSHing into a machine. So when you SSH into a machine, you run a bunch of commands to set up a service. You're doing all of that manually, and you're running Docker, you're running, Vim or Nano or whatever to edit the text files. Well, Ansible lets you write all that out in YAML files ahead of time and template files, so you can write out your entire compose file or your .ini file or whatever that is on your machine, commit it to Git or just running it locally, and then you run one command to to run Ansible against that machine, and then Ansible will go do whatever you told it to do. So you would say like, I want you to place this file on my machine on this path on this remote machine, and then I want you to run this other command to, for example, restart Apache after you modified the configuration file. And then now it will go out remotely, make those changes, and so now you have updated your website, for example.
Thank you.
Yeah, how has it been managing binds 9 with Tofu?
So the question was, how has it been managing bind 9 with OpenTofu or Terraform? And it's been pretty great, actually. The DNS module in OpenTofu works pretty well. It's very simple. You set up, you still have to like manage zones and stuff, which is a bind 9 thing. Or I think it's really a larger DNS thing, but when you, yeah, it's a DNS thing. But you just, as far as like managing it day to day after you do the initial setup, it's as simple as saying, I want this object in Terraform to be this domain at this IP address or this multiple IP addresses, and it just works. So as far as actually managing it day to day, it's been really great, especially if I need to change an IP address or like shift a VM from one network to another, because my DNS server runs across all of the networks. All I have to do is change the machine. So I actually keep the DNS records in a secrets vault. So the IP address is in there. And then it just reads it out for setting both the static IP and the VM as well as for DNS. So it's one thing to change instead of, oh, oops, I forgot to change the DNS record again.
Thank you.
What kind of quality of life improvement do you get from running all this? Like, what do they like host your backups, or like I'm thinking about running per keep, and it's like I don't really want to manage it. I want to run it on at my dad's house. I want to run it at my house. I want to have copies all over the place, so my data is backed up everywhere. That's what I want to do with
So-
my home computers.
For quality of life, are you specifically talking backups or the system as a whole?
Do you run your website, or like what you've got all this lab, but what does it do for you externally?
Gotcha. So as far as how it affects my day-to-day life,
Yeah.
obviously Synapse runs through it, so all of my chat communications is all self-sovereign. I run it all, and it's all end-to-end encrypted, which is great for me.
Okay.
But also, I run Home Assistant, and so Home Assistant literally wakes me up every morning. So it's kind of important to me, and I like it because instead of having a phone buzz or whatever, it just clicks the lights on in the room in the morning, and so it's a much gentler way of waking me up. But then also, like movie streaming, I have Jellyfin, and I have my own, like I have disk drives in the front of the server, and I can pop a disk in a disk drive and it shows up a Jellyfin. And then, geez, what else does it run? There's so many different things. Like it runs Git-T, so it syncs all of my Git repositories down. So if GitLab ever died, I have backup. So I really do use it all the time.
So that messaging thing, does it connect with like other? Can you, because I've got grandma that uses Facebook Messenger, I've got uncle that uses this other thing, have somebody that have to text. Does that program like combine those, or is it just only your friends who have that?
So Matrix can do what's called bridging, and so you can bridge to external things. When you get into bridging, it gets really funny because a lot of things like Facebook Messenger, they'll just update stuff, and because the people that run the bridge don't work at Facebook, the bridge will be broken until there's a new release of the bridge to fix whatever the protocol change was. So a lot of the bridging is not necessarily as big of a thing as it used to be in Matrix for that reason, because the reliability, while it's 99% of the time, when it's that 1% of time and grandma messaged you that she needed you to come over to your house or to go over to her house or something like that and you missed it, well, that feels bad. So I actually used to run a lot of bridges, but I've since stopped running bridges for that reason. Yes?
What do you use as your secrets vault?
Ansible Vault. So first, my secrets manager, I use Ansible Vault. And the reason for Ansible Vault was that it was incredibly easy to integrate both into Ansible, of course, but also into Terraform. Terraform can accept any sort of JSON values piped in through, like when you run it, you can pipe it in from standard out of another process, and it'll just accept JSON key values. And so because Ansible Vault supports both a YAML format, but also a little bit lesser known, it also supports JSON. You can use JSON to do it. So there's a little helper script in that repository that kind of truncates the Ansible part out and leaves it as just key value fields, because Terraform, in their infinite wisdom, does not actually support full JSON. It only supports key value pairs in JSON. So there's a little bit of trickery in that. I've also been thinking about trying Bitwarden out again. I tried it originally, but it didn't have enough features for what I was looking for, so maybe someday.
Try OpenBal instead for secrets management.
I've heard that.
Yeah, because that was another HashiCorp product that got forked, and I integrate that with my Tofu
Nice.
stuff. So, OpenBal. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep. Maybe OpenBal will be on the list sometime. I have a friend that runs it too. Anybody else?
How do you handle breaking updates or like when they need configuration that you didn't catch and something breaks on deploy?
So, as you can see when I ran OpenTofu there in Ansible, the service will usually fail to start, which will cause Ansible to error out in the terminal immediately, and so you can catch it there, or you can catch it with Uptime Kuma or Shiftmon.
Do you auto roll back or do you have to manually?
I have the ability to do that. So the video is really fast, but there's two fields when you click on any of the update buttons. One is to destroy the VM or not, and the other one is to use a backup or not. So I actually keep the old copy of all of the Git repositories on the admin machine, and so I can flip that in the case of it being super late at night and I just don't want to deal with it. I can just click yes on that button and hit go, and it will pull the old one and redo it with the old stuff. Yeah.
So just a default job, and then if you have separated your data in your config, if there's a config change, pulls in a new version, and that performs updates or migrations on a database, and then you find out that it's too unstable and you want to revert. Are you concerned about having these things separated in that way because you can revert one if it doesn't work with the other? Shelly comes my example because they kind of bunged up a release, and then if you have everything separated, it doesn't work, but if you keep everything together, then you're kind of atomically running that service.
Sure. So with the data separated over NFS, that doesn't really change a whole lot of like how you would do the revert, because you still have to revert from an older copy. I'm running ZFS. I'm not doing this currently, but an option would be ZFS snapshots before you do the update. And that would be very easy to do with something like Ansible, because you could reach out to the old, like the remote ZFS host, and you could say, hey, snapshot this, and then do your updates, and then you can remove the snapshot if it's successful, or you can just keep a week's worth of snapshots or whatever.
You have a human in the loop for updates, so I just
Exactly.
do that anyways.
But then also, I take backups every night, and so if there was a bunged release, I can roll back, and then I don't have an automated way of rolling back backups, but it's mostly because I've not really encountered an issue where I've had to do it. And manually doing it's not a big deal. It's one command in a command line to say, hey, Copia, pull this old one and overwrite whatever's on the system. So. Are we at time?
We have time for
One more.
How come you're still using Uptime Kuma instead of the built-in black box monitoring to Shiftmon?
I knew that one was coming. I knew that one was coming. The answer is, when I deployed Shiftmon and Uptime Kuma, it didn't have black box monitoring yet. And I just haven't migrated yet because Uptime Kuma works. And matrix integration when?
Ask the Prometheus people when they'll merge all their manager support.
Yeah, that really is the answer. All right.
All right. So thank you, Stefan. If you want to move to your speech to text section.
No, that's theirs. Yeah, I didn't know. I do run speech to text at home. Yeah, it's surprising. So I run the it's the OpenAI one that you can run at home. Whisper. Thank you. Yes, I run Whisper on that 1080 Ti, and it could do that. Yeah. Oh, absolutely that fast. In Home Assistant, when you use the voice stuff, it tells you what the round trip time was between when it finishes recording and when it gives you an output. It's under a second. Yeah. The LLM takes a little bit longer because, quite frankly, running speech to text, text to speech, and an LLM all on the same GPU, it gets a little much. I can only run really small LLMs, mostly due to, unlike on Linux and so on, where you have proper memory management, when you have proper memory management, where if you have a process that tries to eat too much RAM, it'll kill it or restart it or whatever. On a GPU, if you have more than one application running, eating a significant portion of memory, they'll just fight with each other, and they'll just both end up dying at the end. It's really funny. And with LLMs, they love to just eat context windows, and so while my GPU's usually 60 to 70% memory usage with all those running, the LLM can very easily try to eat half the GPU's memory, and it just crashes. So I can't run more than 3B models. So it's the LLM part has been pretty disappointing running the other two, but
So I had the same problem somewhat, and I thought about using something like Redis or something where you just queue all the requests in advance, and then it just works through the backlog, so everything just funnels it all into a.
It wouldn't necessarily fix it because the context window on the model will just continue to get bigger. You would need some way to reset the context window. And so like Llama, for example, has a memory cap, but in my experience, it doesn't work. It would still just go over that for some reason. And I think the text-to-speech model that I use likes to eat half a gig of RAM randomly as well, which is not helpful. I'm using Copley TTS, which is an old dead project at this point, but up until somebody open sourced something recently that I really wanted to check out. There's a new one that's like really impressive. I think it was Microsoft that released it. Anyhow, somebody released one that's newer that's really awesome. I know, right? But they did. But until that, Copley was the best thing on the market that was open source you could run yourself. Because I don't like the idea of sending data to and from cloud providers.
No, I'm with you there. Are there slides available somewhere? Because
They are-
it seems the diagrams.
Put them on your GitLab.
They're not, I could put them on the GitLab.
Yeah. And I have also more questions, but there's not enough time. Could I message you? At
Yeah,
some point?
I'll be at the Victoria Metrics booth.
Okay.
Let's talk about zero trust.
I'm good to unplug?
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was fantastic.
I know. I'm gonna work on it. I only just found out from you yesterday that it finally supports the stuff I need to use it.
I'm disappointed.
I happened to start a new job that required me to learn a lot. There's a lot more stuff in my lab nowadays than what this was. This was a snapshot of my lab about 6 months ago.
Oh man.
I have a rack that I bought 2 of the Minisform motherboards. They're 16 cores, 32 threads, and they're each running 64 gigs of RAM. I'm now running a Kubernetes cluster on top of that, in addition to everything else that I'm running. So, yeah.
Are you staying for Demos?
Is it this room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to move closer so I can not have my arms die.
I like hard.
It's fun. It's just a little expensive.
Oh my gosh, especially anymore.
Yeah.
Across those 2 nodes, I was planning on doing 128 gigs of RAM in each node, and then the RAM prices quadrupled. That 128 gig kit of RAM that I ended up splitting between the 2 nodes was $1,000.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that hurt a lot.
I just felt my stomach drop out of my body.
Well, and here's the worst part. I was doing all of the planning, and a week before I pulled the trigger on everything, the RAM prices.
Yeah.
Because it was going to be like $600 a kit or less, and so I was going to get the 2 kits, and then I was like, shoot, I can't do that. Well, Themis talks here. One of our
I'm going to be
talks.
Oh, you gonna sign here?
Yeah. It should be an interesting talk.
Where do you want to sit?
I don't know.
sort of 2 racks of
Did Matthias not say? Is he not
He
saying?
went down
She's gone to
to
the
the booth.
booth.
and they're
He felt bad for leaving and all of
Yeah,
that.
he told me to tell
you
you.
are living in it.
Other than
I knew that was going to happen.
I would probably also suggest you take a lot of this and cut it in half so you can get more detail about things.
Go past them.
I needed
Move through a
something
bunch, move through a bunch of technology, some people are like, I mean, hurt some of this stuff.
I have the problem of I've learned all of this instantly, and so to me, diving on any specific point is boring at this point, and I don't realize how much people don't. So I was even getting bored with the presentation that I came up with because I practiced this at other times, and to the point where this is boring, nobody's gonna be interested, should I even do it?
So everything can be done, there's a lot of remote management and stuff, and they also have some guys that means I'm there's no remote hands, so I get to drive 3 or 4 hours to go and fix it. Yeah.
I'm trying to like, this is too new point in the way that that right.
Pooped out and going down there, but also apparently.
But it was interesting, it was exploring.
It was actually really, really good.
It was a good
You know me,
overview.
I'm not as deeply technical as doing the bias. I actually really enjoyed it.
Oh, that's good.
You're a good speaker.
I'm glad I sharpened this.
It was a lot of information.
What's a home lab? You know what a home lab is? You're here?
My understanding.
I figured that one didn't do that.
I tell people working IT, if you work in IT,
Our throughput is so low that we're probably operating on
Missing
level
opportunity.
1 fans.
Yes.
Because, because of other companies going through and because of how we're going through this. But if we do want to replace a fan, we need to basically initialize a support contract with NVIDIA. And then go, we need a new fan, and send them a switch. And they program a new fan.
When I did the recheck, they said that it worked without splitter. So maybe we will need to take out of the splitter as well. Okay. And you have the,
Yeah, exactly. I'm hoping that, I'm not on site.
can I share only one window, or I have to share the whole thing?
You should be able to share just the one.
Okay.
The part of
Password
the
manager, password hygiene, that's
So,
practice.
it comes down. Okay, well, we'll be down for one, we're going to learn how to do this, and then.
Okay, it's pretty basic. Yeah, well, the emphasis at the end is like, yeah.
Thank you, CSS.
Linux Fest Network, and then the password is thank you CSS.
That's like, if I ever got
Okay,
this
I
job,
see.
No, all lowercase.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Thank you CSS.
Tell us the password in my buffer, you're like, I can't.
I don't.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, here it
Well,
is.
it's one of those, I know the shit, like, I can tell you what it is, but that still wouldn't help you, because it's capital lower and all these other
I
symbols and
also
stuff.
still have like
The
MFA turned on, so.
So hard, I don't.
Oh, it's share. Okay, where is present?
But if you can use biometric unlock for your mobile device.
Slideshow, maybe like this one. Oh yeah.
And we've got just a few minutes before
I'm
we
with
start.
you.
Uh-huh.
Cool. This right
Yep.
So when we get up to 10:30 to start, I'll do a quick introduction.
Funny thing, I always used to start my phone.
He was the speaker, and then at the end we do have about 15 minutes set aside to do some questions and answers. And when people are asking questions, we just ask if you could repeat it for them.
Yeah, that's a good
Because most people will
That's a good
speak
practice.
loud enough.
And there's also two folks from our company who will like emotional support for me and like maybe answering some hard questions just in case. One of them, yeah, he did like the previous talk, right? In the same room. And what's your name?
My name is Britain, like the country.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you.
And I'll be your room captain. So.
Yeah, that's why. Oh, my badge is also flipped. So I intentionally took two
Oh,
of them.
the two to stabilize it. Yeah.
But they still, it still flips sometimes.
Yeah. So yeah, I do also modeling is set up over here. If you have any questions about anything, I'm happy to help.
Thank you,
Now, I don't put links without
Do
reading.
you study here?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be graduating in June this year, so at the end of my second year.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's the second time for me in Belgium. I live in Seattle, so it's kind of close by. Yeah, it's really nice weather. We liked it last year, so we're definitely gonna go there next year.
Yeah, I say last year was my first time being involved in one fest as well, and it was a lot of fun, a lot of work, but a lot of fun. So I was very excited to be able to be a little more involved this year. Already almost fun.
Do I speak to you in that microphone? Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll put it maybe closer.
And it's a pretty good mic, so you don't need to be like too particularly close to it, like directed directly.
Oh, that's good.
As long as you're kind of in this spot and you're protecting your capture pretty well.
No need for like Elvis Presley. I think.
This is what I'm talking about. So big case you could copy that, but look at what the link actually is.
You could
And if you click on
do
it, it will redirect you to your YouTube to that but like every link by default is like so it's because somebody asked about it.
That's fair. That's fair. I
Mm-hmm. So someone's discussing Taylor Swift.
I don't think you missed a single word till now.
I think I think it's Whisper.
It is. Yeah.
That's what I run at home. That's what runs on the 10 with that. It's impressive. I run the large model at home, and I can just mumble at it from across the room. Hello, the mics on the home assistant things are terrible. They have two of them that are up facing. So if you talk to it across the room, especially with their on-device word thing, the amount of times that it activates randomly in meetings. I noticed it was picking up the audience earlier. I need to set up a home assistant automation to keep that thing on the meeting, because my home assistant knows when I'm
The mic's pretty good.
So there's something like about your mom.
I think some of these first seeds, if people are like protecting it, they can actually pick them up, but like especially the folks at the back of the room, even if they're kind of calling out their question, it's pretty silent. Yeah, you up here, it'll be English, but looking in, no problem.
And I often repeat the question just because I didn't hear it myself, so I need to make sure that I heard it.
I say I do it a lot of the time to check to make sure that I heard it correctly, and also to buy myself a little bit of time to think through the
But I think
we're right at 10:30 when we get the door closed, and then
I also forgot to even ask. I had asked him all of the.
Yeah, I get
One thing I figured out, don't lie, the seats fill up,
Alright, good morning everyone, and welcome to Cost-Effective Monitoring in Kubernetes with Dima Lazurka.
Thank you, Britton. Yeah, hi. My name is Dima, and here I'm going to talk about monitoring Kubernetes and how to save costs on that. So a little bit about me is that I'm all-time IT geek, nerd, and right now I'm work at Victoria Metrics, and I'm gonna be pretty biased on that way just because that's the only thing I know probably. But our main difference in Victoria Metrics is the low resource consumption. So that's the whole point of saving on costs. And it's open source, so you can just download it and use it. It's also fully compatible with Prometheus. I will talk a lot about Prometheus. It's also very popular in Kubernetes ecosystem. So we made like that compatibility is a very important piece. And yep, Where is that? Let's go. It doesn't want to switch.
Oh.
No. I think it lost the video. Oh yeah, now I see it again. It's a slideshow.
Oh.
No, it's on my. Yep, right here. Okay, cool.
There we go. All right, now we're following along.
Yep. So yeah, the first question is why we even need to monitor Kubernetes. Probably you know that Kubernetes is a pretty complex piece, and to there's the observability again. It's become very popular in recent times. So the whole idea of observability it grew up with microservices and all the Kubernetes and all the multi-services. Previously, it wasn't that important. People just like, oh, my site doesn't load, then probably there is some problem with that. It's not the case anymore. So the whole industry of observability grew up of that. And the data sizes also grew up a lot. So you need to know, like, is there enough CPU for your service? Is there enough RAM or network or a hard drive? And you need to plan. You need to add more nodes, increase CPU for those nodes that you have, and also compute your costs, calculate them, and attribute to like a team or like what we call tenant in Kubernetes in observability, and yeah, find out what was the root cause of that, of any incidents if you have them. Okay. Oh, stopped again. It's like switched one time and it broke again. Sorry about that. Yeah, it works on my machine. Let me plug out and plug in again. No. So on AV check they said that it works without splitter. Maybe there is some splitter in there.
So we already removed the splitter. So
Yeah. You already removed. Okay. I don't know. It works for like one slide and that's it.
Yeah. Send a quick message here.
Yeah, if you know, like it shows here, but it's just stuck.
It's
on
freezing.
The, yeah, it's freezing. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Here. Oh, you had the same problem?
No, I do even troubleshooting. So
Okay.
that's
It's
my
still
usual
stuck.
fix.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Slideshow. Okay.
Maybe.
Let me see if I can. Okay. And when I click a couple of times, it went further. Okay, cool. So let me continue and hope it works for the next slide. So what types of observability, like what we call observability, that typically previously people call it mostly like three pillars. It's metrics, logs, and traces. In Kubernetes, there is also additional one is events. Typically, that's generated by the control plane of Kubernetes. Essentially, that's the same as logs, structured logs. Basically, the logs that we know the structure ahead of time. And yeah, you know how to deploy anything on Kubernetes probably, but it's easy. So how typically how people typically monitor Kubernetes is that you install Prometheus somehow. Sometimes it even goes already installed in the Kubernetes installation. Prometheus itself, that was an old tool that became very ubiquitous, but it wasn't designed for performance. It was designed for easy of use. And originally it was single node only. Even today, Prometheus is a single node only tool, and you need additional infrastructure to make it scalable, to make it reliable, resilient to failures. So I personally compare it to kind of like Bash. It's present on every machine, but it's not really like designed for performance or anything. And Prometheus operator, if you know in Kubernetes, it's a bunch of, it's like a config in the Kubernetes format. And that's the easier way to run something if it already has the operator. And Victoria Metrics, since I'm from Victoria Metrics, we also designed it so that it understands Prometheus operator as well, so you don't need to change. So the idea was that if you had Kubernetes with all the configurations and charts and dashboard set up, that you wouldn't need to change anything. Basically, you switch the binary and everything should work the same, should keep working. And the typical Prometheus collects many metrics like per node resource usage. That's a node exporter. That's a separate tool that you install on your nodes, on every node as a daemon set, and it exports information about the node itself. Then there is a C-advisor for per container resource usage, and also additional metrics for various Kubernetes objects. The most popular tool is Kube State Metrics, and many online dashboards they only understand how to use how to see that from Kube State Metrics. So I would say like Kube State Metrics is similar to Node Exporter. It's almost must have if you're doing observability more serious than just your home installation. And yeah, the application metrics from running containers is everything that you expose from your application. And how you do it is that you don't need to do it on the side of your application. I mean, the exposing of the metric, yes, but to collect those metrics, you do it on using Kubernetes annotations. So basically, you add annotation that's named prometheus.io. And put their port, for example, what port your container exposes metrics on. And then Prometheus, it automatically reads every container, every port with those annotations and start collecting those metrics, like pulling that endpoint every 10, 15 seconds. And I think we're stuck again. Sorry. Yeah, my mouse is stuck. It becomes stuck. So I should have added more slides just to switch between them. Okay. Yep. Yep. I will click back and forward now. So what the problems why we are here in the cost saving talk is that first and foremost is higher RAM usage. So RAM is probably the most expensive piece of the observability infrastructure, and that Prometheus really doesn't help you with that, as that you just spend a lot of money on the monitoring piece where you don't have to do it. Then OM crashes is if you exceed those memory limits, then your observability, like your Prometheus, crashes. And that's really not good, because you want your observability stack to be more resilient than your application stack. You need eyes to see if there is a problem first. So typical installation would over-provision observability even more than your application, because you need to see what's if there is any problem. Also, long and unreliable recovery after those crashes. That's because Prometheus internally it uses wall write-ahead log, and every time it restarts, it needs to reread that write-ahead log and reconstruct the state it was in before. It's okay if there is not a lot of metrics. If your application like 1 QPS, so that's not a lot, but on a high volume, if you have 10,000 QPS, that may take even hours just to restart after failure. And yeah, that all goes to high infrastructure costs, high maintenance costs. You need to monitor itself, monitoring, and also high networking costs. So that's why we also looked an opportunity and saved on networking, just exposing those metrics, especially if you pay for your egress traffic. If you use public cloud like AWS or Google Cloud or whatever, they charge you a leg in the hand for the egress traffic. Why does Prometheus use so much RAM? Is that it collects a number of metrics that leads to what we call high cardinality issue. So the metrics or time series, as we call it, is something that you put on a chart, is the line itself. And every point on that line we call data points. So data points are usually not the problem. All the monitoring tools, they have no problem with high volume of data points, but monitoring tools typically have a problem of high cardinality, large number of lines themselves. So high cardinality issue, you would get it, for example, if you attach to your metric some very high cardinality label, for example, user ID or IP address of every user who visits your website. Then you will get a lot of lines, very short lines, like a person came to your website, clicked a couple of times, and then you have line only with a couple of data points. That's not the recommended way to use monitoring. Monitoring, you want those lines to stay for longer. Yeah, so that's a big number of long labels attached per each collected metrics, is that if you add a lot of unnecessary labels to your data, and typically Kubernetes internal tools like CAdvisor, they add a lot of unnecessary metrics. For example, what types of GPU installed on your machine, what region your machine is, but the whole cluster is already in one region. So every single time series will have that label set into that region that you don't really need because it's always the same. And I will show later how to avoid that. And yeah, short-living pods is that if you have very high churn containers that restart every day or even shorter, like every hour, then typically there is a label that's called container ID that will change. So that line would drop and there would be a new line with a new container ID. So how to fix that? First is that there is a config in Prometheus configuration for relabeling config. And the first thing is to look at is action drop. So that drops the whole metric and doesn't save it at all for those metrics that you know that you don't need. Later I will show how to figure out which you don't need. The first suspects there are histograms. Histograms are basically a bunch of buckets for every value range. So if you get one histogram for one metrics, for example, in this example, the API server request duration second bucket, then it will create about like 50 or so separate metrics, separate time series. So most of them you don't really use, but they still hog RAM in Prometheus, because Prometheus needs to keep them in RAM. The second action to take is label drop, is basically to drop particular labels from the metrics. And reduce the frequency of pod restarts. That's, I believe, obvious, and mostly is done by not necessarily configured horizontal pod autoscaler that just adds pod, removes pod every few minutes, plus and minus. Oftentimes you can make it quieter so it doesn't really restarts pod so often. And yeah, keep an eye on that high cardinality issue, how many unique values per each label, label cardinality. And yeah, increased scrape interval. That's really not an issue for vector metrics, but for Prometheus, yeah, the scrape interval really affects RAM usage for Prometheus. If you, instead of collecting metrics every 10 seconds, you can set it to 30 seconds or 1 minute, it also lowers the RAM usage. So how to detect unused metrics in Kubernetes? Anyone got any ideas how to do that? Yeah, that's not really that easy. So there is a hard way, is the look at all your queries, set up some monitoring for those queries, and queries can be produced by manual, like when people open dashboards or explore the metrics, or by typical dashboards refresh every so often, and alerting and recording rules, they all also issue queries to Prometheus. And the easy way is to use our Cardinality Explorer. It's also open source, so yeah, you can look at how it works. So that's example of UI of Cardinality Explorer for metrics, and you can see the number of series per each metric, and you can figure out like, oh, there is some metrics that you didn't know has a lot of series. For example, all of those, if you can see, like almost all of them have bucket at the end. So that's a histogram. That means that a lot of series generated only for that metric. Then you can see how often you use that metric, how many requests came there. And if you see that there is very little requests, probably no one uses that metric. If it's 0, it can be safely dropped at all. Then there is last request, when that metric was requested last, obviously. And that is UI, similar UI, but for labels. So each metric is the combination of labels. One label is name. Every single metric has that name, and the other thing is other labels. In this case, like label name, for example, cluster or job. That's very typical for Prometheus to have job label. And for example, pod or container, they all have like pod ID. And you can see how many different series per label you have. Then this is for label value pairs. So you can see, for example, when job equals to kubelet, how many series you have there, and you can you can see in the delete or rename some metric, especially if there is a 0 number of series. If you can sort it by 0, you see like, oh, or number 1, it means that every single metric has the same label value pair, and it doesn't change the cardinality, but it still hogs memory, so you may want to remove that. And yeah, that's also there's one UI that shows you number of unique values for labels, and that would be here you would look for highest number of unique values. That might tell you that you have a problem in monitoring. For example, if there is user ID, or if you monitor devices, for example, there would be device ID for a number of phones, and you typically don't want to do that because it will collect metrics per user. So how to reduce memory usage in a smart way is basically to use the VM agent. It's a replacement for Prometheus agent. Prometheus agent is the instance of Prometheus that just collects the metrics, doesn't store it anywhere, and sends it to your main Prometheus storage. And we saw a lot of inefficiencies there, so we rewrote it and wrote a VM agent. And it can be used separately for Prometheus. You don't need, and separate from Victorimetrics, you don't need other Victorimetrics tools. You can use just VM agent. Just recently, maybe like a week ago, I saw the post from Airbnb how they use other tools, but they use VM agent just for scraping, just for collecting the metrics from their tools. So VM agent understands pretty much anything. Unlike Prometheus, we made it so it understands pretty much all the formats available on the market. It's OpenTelemetry or Datadog, for example. You can use your Datadog scraping, but just to change the URL where to send those metrics and send them to VM agent, and it understands those. VM agent also can accept metrics, for example, from Datadog or from Influx, what we call push-based protocol, or it can issue a request on itself, what we call scrape. Is when the collector itself decides when to scrape the metric. In high volume, high availability installations, people typically prefer scrape, pull-based protocol, because you would not want to overload your observability stack. So if there is some problem and your monitoring tool is overloaded, you want it to decide when to scrape. Maybe it will scrape with lower fidelity, not every 15 seconds, every 20 seconds, but at least it keeps working. If you do push-based protocol, you can suddenly overload your observability stack. But you can do both. That's also, sometimes you cannot do pull-based. For example, if you use some tests and like unit tests, or if you train AI models, that's one-off job. You trained it, you want to save those metrics at the end of the job and shut down. So this pull-based protocol wouldn't really make sense. You would want push-based protocol at the end. You just push it and shut down. So there is a benchmark for comparing VM agent to Prometheus on collecting of the metrics, and there is 3 charts there. So the green one is Prometheus. Also, we added for comparison Grafana agent in yellow, and VM agent, that's a RAM consumption in how to call it, like violet, or basically Victorimetrics color. Yeah, and the lower is better. And similar thing for network usage. So VM agent, it also automatically discovers if on the receiving end there is Victorimetrics installed, and then it switches protocol for more efficient network, for less bytes basically over network. It's basically the only thing that it changes is the compression protocol. Instead of Snappy, it turns on ZSTD, and on the receiving end, Victorimetrics understands it and decompresses that from the ZSTD. So you save a lot on network cost as well. On CPU usage, the difference is not that stark, but still up to 2 times, like 1.5 up to 2 times less on the CPU usage for the same data. So how do we reduce memory in using Victorimetrics in Kubernetes? So yeah, as there is like a short guideline, the same numbers is the Victorimetrics would use 5 times less memory usage, 4 times less disk space usage, 2 times less CPU usage. That the difference comes is that Victorimetrics from the ground up, it was designed for low resource usage consumption. That was like one of the first goals initially. Because Prometheus, when it was designed and developed, it was more about convenience, and it's really convenient. That's how it became so ubiquitous. And yeah, Victorimetrics also does much faster restarts after clean shutdowns, and much faster restarts after unclean shutdowns, like CKIll or OOM crash, as I said, just because of that write-ahead log that Victorimetrics doesn't have. Instead, it uses LSM tree, so that's much faster to restart because it doesn't need to reread that write-ahead log. Victoria matrix operator, it's very similar to Prometheus operator. It understands everything. As I said, like the goal was that if you have Prometheus, you don't need to change anything. If you change just the binary from Prometheus to Victoria matrix, it should work. So it's a drop-in replacement, and it instantly saves you on a lot of pretty much any metrics. And yeah, you for free you get the cardinality explorer and a lot of other goodies, not just resource consumption. So logs is the second pillar in observability, and typically how people do it is that you collect logs from all the containers and send them to some centralized log storage. It may be Elasticsearch, maybe something else. And logs are much higher volume than metrics, obviously. You still, for your monitoring, you still want to see some number because you want to get an alert. So even from logs, you would extract some metrics probably. But for debugging, you would want logs anyway. So that's also very important piece in there. And typical solutions is how people oftentimes use the centralized storage in the Kubernetes is Elasticsearch and Grafana Loki. Also, I would say like right now, ClickHouse and the Victoria Metrics. And the Elasticsearch was developed more, in my opinion, more for full text search. So it's like word forms or ranking of your search results. You don't need that for logs. For logs, you need filtering mostly and some maybe additional querying, parsing, statistics. And it's really not easy to configure if you want to do Elasticsearch in distributed manner. And it requires a lot of RAM. So Grafana Loki is very recent. Relatively recent development. So it's better than Elasticsearch, especially on the RAM, but it grew up from, they tried to keep it as close to Prometheus as possible, so they used very similar query language that, in our opinion, is not really good for logs. So it's good for metrics, it's very convenient for metrics. But for logs, we decided that it's really not that great. So it has complicated architecture. If you want to do it distributed manner, you have to do object storage and monitor it separately, and basically that's another piece of moving. And it also has a high cardinality problem, so there is a labels with a large number of unique values like user ID or trace ID or IP address or device ID. Then it will slow down the things that for logs it doesn't really make sense. And yeah, if you query it over large volumes of logs, it will be really slow because it scans every log message to filter that out. It's really not really that fast. So in Victoria logs, we designed with all of those things in mind. So there is no additional tools. You don't need to really configure it. So all the tools in Victoria Metrics and Victoria logs, they all designed to work out of the box. Compared to generic databases, yes, you can store logs in, say, PostgreSQL or anything, but you typically want to know what you're doing to design it, to think of proper indexes, proper schema value. Victoria logs, it's laser focused only on logs, so you don't need to configure anything. Same thing with Victoria Metrics. For metrics, it's designed to be working out of the box. And you only need to configure it if you really need to do something. So it does also full text search, and its query language is optimized for very typical queries. I see a lot of similarities. So we use the pipe-based syntax. It's pretty common in logs area. For example, Sumo Logic has the same thing, or Observe Notebooks, I believe, use the same thing. So it's very similar. It's like pipe over pipe over pipe. You filter over something, then pipe parse fields, and pipe do regexp, and so on. And it supports high cardinality log fields, so it scales normally with the high cardinality log fields if you have structured logs, and scales both vertically and horizontally to hundreds of nodes. And yeah, obviously it's cost effective because we are in a cost effective market. Tried to find out some negatives about vectorial logs, but couldn't really find anything. Sorry. So there is some real users quote of when they switched from Elasticsearch to vectorial logs, is that previously they used 27 nodes with a total of 4.6 gigabytes of, 4,000 gigabytes of RAM, to just a single vectorial logs node with just 8 CPU cores. And that just worked with almost no sweat. There was some random user posted there a quote from switching from Loki, is that they did a testing on 500 gigabytes, and vectorial log especially excelled for them at latency. So they cut query latency over for 96%, so it's like 20 times. So it's really much faster on the large amount of logs. So we also, just as VM agent collects metrics, we also have vectorial logs collector for automatic collection of logs from all of the Kubernetes container. And it stores collected logs in the vectorial logs, either single node or cluster. Vectorial logs has a compatible format, so you can use a single node and the cluster node. You don't need to change other pieces of infrastructure. It works the same way. It's just single node. People typically install it for some like home labs or smaller installations, or there is a couple of companies that don't really believe in cluster. I believe Wix is one of them. They just have a very huge machines for single nodes, and they believe just storing 2-3 copies of the same data, but they don't want to do that networking for cluster node. But I would say most of the users, most of the companies, they prefer cluster version. And it's not in this talk, but just recently we did a benchmark over other logs collectors tools like Fluentbit, Vector, others, and we posted it in our blog. So Vectorial Logs Collector was much faster and less resource usage than any of them. We also found a couple of bugs in the logs collector, especially when they are restarted after some time. There's unclean shutdowns, so some of the logs collector they cut the message in half, for example, like between files, so the JSON was unparsable after that, and we filed those bugs to the Fluentbit. So traces gets a mixed opinion in our team, and it's really great for debugging or designing your tool once you're developing it, or debugging some particular issue, but to keep it online for a long period of time, so keeping it collecting traces all the time, that requires a lot of resources. It typically is not really needed. So typically companies do sampling, like only 1% or even less than 1% traces are stored, just because they have a lot of, it's very resource intensive, and it's not really needed that much for general, only if you want to debug some problem. But we have a solution for that. It's Vectorial Traces. It's actually very, very similar to Vectorial Logs. It has the same underlying engine. So it uses Victoria locks underneath, but with a better usability for traces only. And we compared, we looked at how the Grafana Tempo and Elasticsearch do traces and compared to them. Yep, that's it. If you have any questions for me, I can answer. It's all written, like Victoria Metrics is all written in Go language for very, very highly optimized down to low level, to like CPU caches, to compression techniques. So there's a lot of tricks to save on the resources. And people oftentimes use it for small installations like Raspberry Pis or satellites or home labs or some small devices. But it's also very popular among large companies, or I should say companies with the large volumes of data, because on the large volumes they have they spend a lot of money on infrastructure, and lower resource consumption is a big savings for them. So I would say we're hand in both markets. Yep. Any questions? Maybe someone spends too much on their Kubernetes monitoring. Yep. Thank you.
I was just curious, what's the boundary between like your for-cost offerings and the free open source stuff? Like I know with Elasticsearch, you don't get OpenID, it's very stripped down and like on that stuff. Can you speak to the boundaries?
Yeah, so the question is what the boundary is between open source version and some paid offerings. So I would say 99% of everything is in open source, and we typically work mostly on open source. So we have some additional features in enterprise version for larger customers, but typically if you're not enterprise, you don't really need them that much. So that would be, for example, tenant. If you have many teams in your organization, or you resell Victoria Metrics to some other companies, you would want them, and you don't trust those teams to be cautious about overusing or bringing it down. So you would want some like rate limiting per tenant. So that makes sense only if you're like a large company, large enterprise, where you don't trust other teams to use it. And you typically at that point you already have a team, observability team, working in the company. And that's how we get most of our customers, that they already have their observability team, they already tested, benchmarked everything, and they just come to us and say like, hey, do you have anything more for us or something like that. So the boundary I would say is like 99% things in open source and maybe 1% in so what else I could think of? Yep. But yeah, you can look at the website. I don't remember out of the head. Maybe some additional. But the main value, I would say, like why people typically come to us is for expertise on how to better structure. So, for example, one customer can say like, we absolutely zero downtime. We can spend 100 times on our infrastructure, but zero downtime. Could you recommend us how to design the system for that particular use case? Or another customer may say like, we have a lot of data coming through, and we just want to drop in even on the collection side. For example, Roblox, they did a use case. They published a case study how they use Victoria Metrics, and in their case, collection is the gamers' desktops, and they don't have control of them, but they don't need a lot of metrics from there. They need like CPU, maybe hard disk drive, so they want to drop a lot of them on the collection side. And that collection side is not a server; it can be shut down at any time. It can be OOM, it can be anything. So that's their particular use case. So they ask like how to design it better. So I would say like our main offering is probably expertise, not that much of technical things. We offer also additional tools for example, to better save your backups, like what we call VM Backup Manager. So if you want to move them, if you want to delete them properly for rotation of the logs. We also provide in enterprise version VM Anomaly. It's an ML-based system to alert you on very complex metrics like that exhibit seasonality and all of that stuff. But that I would say like even completely separate project and separate team that you can use more like ML-based workflows and root cause analysis from ML side.
Thank you.
Yep, no worries. Anything else? Thank you. Do you have time?
2 or 3 more minutes. If
Okay.
there's no more questions, we can end it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dima.
Thank you, Rita.
It'll be I'm not gonna be offended if you
Hey, Stefan. I thought you were gonna grill me with questions.
No, I was thinking of something to ask you, but then I couldn't come up with a question that would be relevant to the audience. Was the problem. I want to give a logs talk at Southeast Linux Fest. I'm going to do it in home lab context because Victoria Logs is like actually really great.
Yeah.
We have to use the splitter in order to get it to work.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see. Now the fun part of Sway doesn't do proper mirroring, so that might be a fun adventure here. Oh, is it mirrored up here?
It should be, yeah.
Okay, that is. The adventure is not fun. It's boring. So, okay. And speak into the microphone here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a pretty good mic, so
I'm
as long
very
as we're in
loud.
the general area, we should be good.
I'm exceedingly obnoxious, so that's okay. It's my one feature. I'm plugged into HDMI.
And it looks like looks like I can see your background.
Yeah, the funny, weird AI one I generated, but or which background is it right now?
It looks like it's the
It's Pink Floyd, but
Pink Floyd? Yeah.
I didn't generate that one. I stole that one. I guess AI's already with that too. So, there we go.
There we go. Okay.
Sweet. And okay, so let me move this.
So I think if you move it up to the
Yeah, that would be. See if that works. Yeah, custom keystrokes for the win.
Yeah.
That's okay. And presentation, a slideshow. Yeah.
Perfect. So you've got about 7 minutes before the talk officially starts, and when it does, I'll step up and do kind of a brief introduction for you.
Okay.
And then, how do you pronounce your last name?
Don't. No, Gebert. But, okay. What do you have for my bio? Because it might have changed since then. Or do you?
I mean, I basically, for the intros, basically are just introducing the talk. So
okay, that's totally fine. Yeah, that's good. That's all that's necessary.
See, we give you all the chance to introduce yourselves and your backgrounds if and as you want to.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I'm going to adjusting this a little.
I'm a pretty tall dude here.
Very tall, yes.
Let's see if people have a problem with Comic Sans. It's the only font. There does not exist any other fonts.
I mean, there will probably be some people who give a little bit of gaff that.
I will tell them I'm doing it for readability, and that will be a lie, but still, that's okay.
But what's really funny is that supposedly Comic Sans is supposed to be one of the best for
I have heard that, and that's what my excuse is for using it everywhere, but it's just because I like it. It's the real reason. That's I installed like my work computer on everything because I just again I'm not dyslexic. I can read it. I can read anything, but I just like it. So I don't need another reason.
And you really don't. That's the only reason you need.
It's a Microsoft product though, so I shouldn't like it.
If you look hard and if you can find a reason.
Fonts are actually not copyrightable, so they so technically it's everyone's font. So you can sometimes get a patent, but even if there was a patent, it'd be well expired by now. So.
Again.
I am surprised anyone showed up for what's going to be a concurrency theory talk, but from a failed academic. But
yeah, this has been a very popular witness break. I was not expecting every talk.
well, they knew I was going to be here, so they felt like
If they got it early and just stay.
all my fans are here. It's the 3 people that read my blog. It's
After this, maybe it'll be 4.
yeah. I built a very over-engineered comment system. You see a theme here. I built a very over-engineered comment system for my blog. I've gotten 3 comments that aren't me. So it's all the ones I've written are like testing 1, 2, 3 and stuff. So and I just leave them and run with it.
It sounds like me when I was still using social media. Do the post and then make the comments on my own to be funny.
I don't think the engineering for my comment system is less than 4chan's engineering. I went very deep on this stuff, and there's hard links and then the pages for them and sub comments in there. This is what you do when you're unemployed. Okay, I'm not unemployed now, but I was when I built that comment section.
So please, you put your time and effort into building something.
Yeah, it's that or watching YouTube, and so pick your poison.
2 seats left. Just a few minutes. So basically, so in just a couple minutes here, like right at 11:25, I'll step over and close the door. And then do a brief little introduction. And then when we hit the end, we do have, we set aside about 15 minutes for a question and answer. The only thing we ask is that if we do have folks, especially in like the back of the room asking questions, just have you repeat it a little bit, because that would be added for the stream.
No problem. Sounds good to me.
One chair here and one that's there. We'd like to start a couple minutes early.
I'm fine with that. I'm happy to ramble.
Alright. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Over Engineering the Sway Bar and Accidentally Reinventing Scheduling by Thomas Geffen.
Right. Yeah, so I'm drunk. Let's get it going here. So yeah, I'm a software engineer in Brooklyn, New York. I'm a failed academic. I was a lecturer for about a year and was a PhD student for about 3 years, and then decided I actually value my time, and so I started doing other stuff. And I also really like cartoons. So and there's nothing. Just don't worry. It's I'm sorry to mention this, but attrition's important, and so I was working for Apple for a bit, and I bought a MacBook, and I stuck with it even after I left Apple, and I'm sorry, and then I decided to sell that MacBook and buy a ThinkPad, and of course life is too short for Windows, and so I ran GNOME for about 6 months. And I don't hate GNOME, GNOME's fine, okay? I will hear nothing of it, and that's the last we will talk about it. But, so I got fired from my job, and when you get fired from a job, it's really annoying for a variety of reasons, one of which, and the most obvious being you have no income, so you can't go do fun things to kill the time, and also you have lots of time. So I watched everything on YouTube. There's just no other videos on YouTube that I haven't seen now, and then I got bored, and so I started really looking for projects. And around the same time, I had a friend kind of just talk me into using Sway because he has undue influence in my life. And so Sway is cool. Anyone who's ever used Sway here, it's a very minimalist tiling window manager using Wayland, hence the Way in Sway by Drew DeVault. It's roughly a port of i3 to Wayland, though a lot of the plugins sort of kind of have diverged somewhat now, so I'm hand waving that away, but it's very, very configurable, and you'll see my issues with that in a moment. So configurable is often, I'd say sometimes, it's almost always a synonym for incomplete. They didn't finish the work and now I have to finish it. Say what you want about GNOME. I said I wouldn't talk about it, but GNOME is a full desktop by default. You know what Sway isn't? A full desktop. So you can't, things that you take for granted, like a clock, aren't on Sway by default. There's things like showing the program that's running. Yeah, that's not in Sway. So that's not viable for. It's not useful. So you have to. So a smart man would have just put up with this. Like also battery status and stuff like that. It by default doesn't have Vim keystrokes, but you can't add them, and that's important. So you can do the Sway configuration is basically just a big old config file and then exec lines. So if you want to add things, you can, and you should. It doesn't actually do anything for the status bar. It just grabs it from a standard output and pipes it in there, and which is actually kind of cool because that makes it very easy to write custom programs for it. And the protocol is stupidly simple. It is just JSON blobs. You just pipe in the STD out, and then you can feed it to the bar, and it just pulls it every n seconds. And so you can write anything you want, in any language you like, and you can just, as long as it has standard out, which is, I think, is every language that matters. Maybe not SQL, but that might be. If someone does a SQL Sway bar, let me know. But but most importantly, as I said, I needed a way to kill large quantities of time. And so wasting time configuring an incomplete desktop was a good way to do that. So the first version, though, is just a while true loop. So just grab the basic stuff, battery path, and then just a couple if statements. So this is as dumb as it looks. There's nothing clever on this. So just stuff. And that worked. That worked for a few weeks. And but the issue was, it's one thread. If anything breaks, it can screw up the rest of it on there. So that's a problem. You have to shell out for everything, and you have to manually do a sleep. And again, that's not bad. That's perfectly viable. And you have to do a fork on every tick. So every time you do a tick, you're doing a fork, which Linux can handle a lot of processes. It's not that big of a deal, but it was one thing that was annoying is you can't change the polling time for individual components on there. So if you want one thing to poll like every second and one thing to poll every 10 seconds, that wouldn't work with the naive setup I built there. And as I said, one program could cause the entire bar to freeze because they're just dumb imperative thing. Bash is not fun. You guys, everyone who says they like writing Bash here, get the fuck out. No, I'm gonna tell them. No, I don't enjoy Bash because I enjoy good languages, and so adding a feature meant like just a bunch of if branches. You needed to have more and more variables you're just playing with, and then you just one slow command can screw things up. But the real reason is I thought it'd be really funny to have an inspirational quote on the top from ChatGPT that just refreshed every 8 minutes. But when I tried doing the naive way, it was costing me all my credits, so I had to think of you would not believe the links I would go for something I think is funny. So I couldn't think of a clever way to do this with Bash. There probably is a way of doing it with Bash, but I don't want to. So I did with Clojure. Clojure here is it's a Lispy language that runs on the JVM. There's a CLR version and a JavaScript version as well, but this was using the JVM. It's dynamically typed. It's a functional language, and it's functional with a capital F, really. It's very strict on the functional stuff. One thing that's important to this talk is it has a very strong emphasis on persistent, immutable data structures on there, and it does it without having to do copies, and that's quite important for reasons that will become obvious. And the thing that's quite cool about Clojure and kind of its killer feature is it's a functional language, but it has perfect Java interop. So if you want to use your Java library because you're forced to write Java for work, I'm sorry, then you have access to all of the libraries you are using there. And also core.async. Core.async, if I could marry an abstract concept, it would be core.async. So I wanted a proper concurrency framework, and I could have probably done some like weird foreground things with Bash if I wanted to, but I don't. And one thing I also want to be able to make it so you can just modularly add stuff to the bar without having to like this elaborate rewrites and this sort of combinatorial complexity of adding new stuff. And also Clojure is just awesome. So I like writing. So so concurrency is one of those things that's actually really only hard for smart people. And fortunately, I've never had to worry about that at all. So because the reason is that smart people will learn to program and they will learn every single optimization you can think of. They will learn how to save memory. They will learn how to minimize loops. They will do all this cool stuff. And it turns out it's not useful for concurrency. You end up losing. If you want to write good concurrent software, you have to pretend computers don't exist and think in metaphor, and how like people work and lines and queues and stuff. And so I find that people that are smartest have the most trouble with concurrency. But again, I'm fine with that. So basic concurrency concepts. Most of you probably know this, but a thread is an individual unit of execution. It can kind of be anything. It's also like a process. There is some slight variation on that doesn't really matter. Most languages, if you need to use concurrent, you have to share memory between two threads. You have to use a mutex. It's also called a lock. You can think of a mutex like the computer science equivalent of like a talking stick. That one thread calls dibs on some object, and the other threads have to wait to use it until the dibs has been released. So locks are evil. You shouldn't use them. If you write locks, stop that and learn proper concurrency theory. So Clojure's answer is this: is that either don't mutate shared memory, just have some read-only objects that are just, if you need to have some global value, and if you do need mutation, do it safely without an explicit lock. So Adams and refs use something called transactional memory, which came from Haskell. Actually, if you are one of the few people that bothered writing using Haskell, but basically it's like a database transaction, so it's kind of like a compare and swap situation where it'll run try to run some transactional code, and then if something gets changed, it'll just try again, and it does this without explicit locks, and it usually outperforms mutexes. You might feel I don't like mutexes, but most importantly, core.async. So park the core.async for a moment and think back. I'm sorry, I am a failed lecturer, so I have to kind of go into theory a little bit here. So CSP, Concurrent Communicating Sequential Processes, is a sort of a mathematical algebra framework for modeling concurrent computations. Made by Tony Hoare, who died recently, very sadly. Not my fault. But Tony Hoare, he's the guy who invented Quicksort, that's relevant to you. But he among many, his Wikipedia has the first paragraph is 3 lines of things he did. So CSP is this formal model for concurrency. Important to this, threads and processes do not share memory. Everything is done by messaging between threads on things, or processes, whatever, individual chunks of computation. So the concurrent program ends up being kind of a bunch of little programs that talk to each other, and then so there's explicit sharing, but not indirect sharing of memory. I know this is all, don't worry about it, but so the basic idea is you have these explicit channels that you can whatever they are, just let the language worry about that. You put items on the channel, and then other things can listen and block on the channel, and then go from there. They can chat back and forth if they want to. You start both of them once in separate threads, and they just coexist, and then if they need to talk, they do. So this is just all theory crap, don't worry about it. But the basic constructs of CSP are P and Q here can run concurrently using that designation. And if you need to block on a channel, use that. And then if you need to send, use the exclamation point. These are just notational things. The important part is that there's a lot of languages that use this as a sort of a framework for concurrency, like Go is probably the most famous for that. But core.async is basically a port of the Go semantics to Clojure. So yeah, as I said, you don't share memory directly. You message between things if you want. And by doing that, you don't have to worry about race conditions, which is sort of an issue with locks, and especially if you don't use locks. The channels themselves, the nice thing is that the channels are just an abstraction. You can pass them around like any other variable. So you can have return channels that pass things around. So you can make lovely convoluted code, but it's also very nice because you get these a lot of concurrency for free doing that. And kind of the thing I like about it, because I only know how to write one program, and so but the nice thing about that is they run on these programs don't have to care about each other. That's kind of the idea, is that you write all these little separate, little tiny isolated programs, and then they can chat with each other, but they don't know who's sending it or they don't know where it's going to. They just send stuff away, and that ends up making it really easy to add modular stuff and make new stuff. It's yeah. So so Clojure here. They use a Go abstraction. Go is kind of interesting because it's like a thread, but it's using a pool, and it's this little thing is sending something on the channel, the word hello. The kind of cool thing about Clojure, the way it does it, is that this doesn't actually make a thread. It'll run this and then what's something called parking the I/O. So it actually doesn't. It just gives it a chance for another thread to pick it up there, and then Go loop is just a loop. So. So Go is you know, I don't know why I wrote this. It's basically, and alts is sort of an important thing. So alts, it's also, I don't know why they changed the term. It's the, in CSP they call it select. The important part here is you see this work channel and timeout. Only one of these will win. Whoever gets their first wins. So it's useful, like I say, if you need to have if you're making a web server, for example, and you want to time out after n milliseconds, whoever gets here first wins, and then the other one loses. And so you can move on from there. It's much easier than trying to write your own rate limiter. Ask me how I know. And so, yeah, I don't know why Clojure called it alts, because I think it just is there to weed out the weak. But yeah, so okay. Every single little module came for the sway bar. Back to the sway bar. Forget academia is useless. Every module in the sway bar is sort of this self-contained thing. Like battery shouldn't care about Wi-Fi, and the date shouldn't care about battery, and the inspirational quote is just it's its own thing. So one thing though is like, say if you're doing anyone who's done network programming knows that the only thing that matters, computers are really fast now. Even bad computers are pretty good now, and the only thing we're ever fighting anymore is network latency. You don't have to optimize anything else. Just minimize network calls, and people will think you're really smart at work. So everything kind of goes down to fetching its data. Sometimes it's slow, like hitting GPT. Sometimes it's fast, like just picking the battery status. But importantly, I don't know how fast it's going to be. Then you render it to like a JSON string, and then and then clean up when you're done. And something else is that part of the reason I dropped the bash is I want to be able to click on things and then have it pull up the Wi-Fi config or something like that, or PAVU control. So if anyone here has written Java, this is sort of an interface. Is the idea? It's like having a modulable, and then fetch, render, cleanup. But Clojure, it's much better. Something called a multi-method. A multi-method is like a Java interface, but you don't want to kill yourself afterward. And so so basically the idea is you have a thing, sort of a high-level name for something you want to do, and then you write a dispatcher. In this case, just what you want to do is like battery and stuff like that. And then you write a function that gets dispatched on. And if you have a default if it's not available there. The advantage of this over an interface is that they're not closed, and you don't have to, you can kind of just add on to existing things without having to do explicit extends, and that's much better. And so adding a new method module means I just add a new def method on these things, and then add it to the configuration. Something else nice about Clojure, I forgot to mention, you get hot code reloading without having to restart anything. So if you're writing this thing and you want to change stuff mid-flight, you can just do that in the REPL, and that is hard to go without once you get used to it. You start hating everything that doesn't do that. And you don't have to. The more important part is that you don't have all this extra nested if logic crap polluting the rest of things. Everything's like this nice little self-contained thing, because if statements are where creativity goes to die. And so just to make a new module, you just define these 4 functions, and these are all. This one's optional too, but these are all very dumb. Like grab battery status and then render battery status into JSON, and so these are all 3 or 4 lines of code. It's the idea. But so let's see. So one thing, the only part I think that I did that was kind of clever, so I can get here, is where did I put it? It's scheduling, yeah. So as I said, one thing that's annoying is that some stuff I want to have pretty frequently update, like say the battery status or like the clock. I want that to be pretty frequently updated, but I don't need to have a new inspirational quote from ChatGPT every 50 milliseconds. I think I can survive. That can be every 8 minutes. And what if it crashes? Do you want to use some sort of cache? Do you want to start again? What do you do there? Everything ended up just basically inventing a scheduler. So every module makes this little state machine that just passes along, and it importantly keeps an Unix time expiration time, the data that you care about, and the post process data, and then the output strings, what the final structure looks like. Let's see, where did I put this here? The fetching is just doing basic. Just don't worry about the actual code. It's just sort of just a basic fetch data stuff. The important part is that it checks for expiration time. So say you pinged ChatGPT a minute ago. I have it memoized, even if it crashes, to not check for another 7 minutes, and it does this and it does this with a memoized binary serialization thing I invented for some reason. Where's he? This is the polar. This is the part that's interesting here. Some stuff is pretty quick, and some stuff's not. And importantly, I don't know what's going to be quick or not. So what I do is instead I pull the channel that has a ChatGPT on here, and I do that every 50 milliseconds. And if it's done, then update it. And if it's not done, just park that, and then we're going to the next thing. And so we just check to see if the thing's been resolved. And if it's not, just park it and then go to the next and go from there. Because we don't want anything that we're not actually going to use to block anything else. Poll returns immediately, which is, I know I'm getting into the semantics of blocking I/O, and if you want a lecture on that afterward, bother me after here. So like a slow network call doesn't actually block the stall the clock here, and it also like hanging up on your network config doesn't freeze the bar. It just misses the TTL and we restart it again after whatever it is there. So the main loop is, as I said, it's all very straightforward. And the nice thing is these all kind of just exist in their own little separate threads, and then they just do what they want to do. It's beautiful, and I love it. And so in order to make this so it's crash proof, I have just one thread, and this is why CSP and coordinate async is wonderful. I just send a message to this separate thread here with the go loop. Whenever I need to want to store the updated state, I just pass a message on there, and it will just eventually write it to the disk. So if it does crash, which it doesn't anymore, it just serializes it and then writes it to the disk. So what this ended up being, I sort of just reinvented epoll. It was just built into Linux. I should have just used that, but I didn't. It's one of those things you get so far, then it's too late to change. So you get per task timeouts, persistence. That's kind of all I went there for a status bar, and about 250 to 350 lines of closure. Because doing this, I kind of get a lot of stuff for free on there. I wrote a thing to change the background to a funny AI picture on there, and it was. I shouldn't say it's impossible. It'd be hard to do this with Bash. Maybe you could prove me wrong, but one thing though is that it works. But it was written on the JVM, and the JVM will eat all the memory. And it will do that. And also takes about 3 seconds to start, which isn't that big a deal because it's long running. But I didn't like that. So 250 to 400 megs of RAM after tweaking, and it can it's plain text. It shouldn't take that much. That's the reaction's correct here, but it shouldn't take that much RAM, and I knew that. I'm not that naive, and so now one thing about I hate praising Oracle, and I'm sorry for doing so, but they released GrailVM a couple years ago, and you can take a Java program and make a static image on there. It's ahead of time compiled. And it goes down to about 20 megs, which is about an order of magnitude less. And its startup is like nothing. You don't have to worry about the startup time. So you have to so if you want to do closure, uses a lot of reflection, which people hate and they're wrong. But and it still was about 20 megs of memory. And that's sort of the problem is that Java, the way it works is you really can't get less than that without out of memory errors because it pre-allocates a lot of stuff and then will pull from that pool. So as a result, you kind of get to these hard limits where maybe I could have configured it to less. It's possible, but I'm not smart enough to configure it to less. So, so yeah, 40 megs is better than 300 megs, but it's still a lot for plain text. And it has its own. It's running its own thread pool that can get kind of expensive if you do that. And so ultimately, I kind of decided I don't want a garbage collector language for this because I'm unemployed. Remember, so so I had never used Rust before. This was my first Rust project. Someone told me that it could do a lot of what I was doing in Clojure, but without a garbage collector. And you do what you do with your board. So it's in the memory management. I put it in free in quotes, but the nice thing about Clojure is, or sorry, Rust is you don't need a garbage collector, but it's got some clever semantics. The academic term is affine typing, but they call it the borrow checker in Rust. But but the nice thing about the memory management is it uses the borrow checker, and so most of the time you don't have to do explicit freeze or anything like that. So, but it'll just compiler smart enough to figure it out. And there's also a library called Tokyo, which is pretty close to Corda async. It has some weird gotchas with pinning, but you give up some of the flexibility because Rust is not dynamic. It doesn't give reflection, and so yeah, there's no garbage collection with Rust. There is third-party ones you can use, but don't. And so the nice thing is that with so every single thing you deal with has exactly one owner. And the owner can give things away to like another thread, or the other thread can just borrow it and give it back. But the important thing is that with concurrency, that's what you're supposed to do anyway. You're not supposed to be sharing things. You're supposed to have one owner and do that, because then if you don't do that, you don't get performance. You get terrible performance. And it does make my framework a little bit harder here. So yeah, Tokyo is roughly like Core.async async in Clojure. There's some weirdness that's too involved to get into here. But you can do like lightweight tasks and channels, like I mentioned there, and there's select instead of alt, which is the correct term. I don't know why Clojure calls it alts. But there's static typing, so you can't have this generic channels that just handle a million different types like I was doing with Clojure. So I had to kind of architect it correctly. So you just have these little channels, and this it spawns roughly like a thread with a non-blocking I/O. It's just all basically a repeat of the Clojure stuff. So it's like I don't have to go into detail, but I have the same kind of idea. I have the same kind of idea of like having these little module things, and then just message them onto a channel, and then the channel polls occasionally. And stuff. So, I mean, I can tell you again, but you don't need that. Tokyo is a little bit less flexible. The nice thing about the alts in Clojure is you can have a dynamic number of like races on these things versus select. You have to fix it beforehand. Not that big of a deal, but occasionally kind of not great. Another thing is that you have to explicitly worry about what stuff is sendable between threads, and not everything is, and that can screw you. But the compiler will catch it, to be fair. So yeah, the non-blocking thing I did before is kind of the same idea. I have a polar. It's just basically is a glorified way of doing the polar. It polls every n milliseconds, and then it will, if it has stuff to do, then it will go and set the processing defaults, and then we'll just execute what it needs to do. And if not, then it just parks it and goes to the next task. Yeah, I don't know why I put that twice. It's such a great slide. I did it twice. So it's yeah. Okay. So one sad thing, you don't get the sexy multi-methods that you got with Clojure. You have to do like this elaborate, more C-style enums and match statements, and and you have to the dispatcher has to be aware of the original stuff, which is wrong, but it just languages that aren't Clojure are always wrong. And you have to worry about like this pin thing is a whole. It's like a cult. It's like a weird religious thing. It just don't worry about it. You get dynamic dispatching. So you have to kind of play with this and sort of to take my model. I had to kind of change. I had to rework my brain in a way that it doesn't work that well. And but I have this right to JSON for persisting like I had before, so that if the thing crashes, it's not constantly if it has a crash loop, it's not constantly burning my OpenAI credits to make new quotes on the fly there. Which, ask me how I know that's a possibility. So less flexibility. I don't know why I'm so focused on this part. So to get rid of, probably people here know what muscle is, but my wife didn't. She's not a programmer, so she probably wouldn't. But muscle is basically a non-GNU glibc. It's typically statically linked, and it's typically less memory, though that people kind of lie about that. But it's so the binary end for muscle is about 2 megs, and now my RAM I link against muscle, and my RAM stuff hovers around 500 kilobytes. So it's a lot less than the 300 it started with. It's 2 orders of magnitude less. No, 1,000 times less. Math is hard. So we have this little handler thing, and then there are all the little public modules that we pass along here, and it's kind of the same shape as the closure, but it's less flexy. So there's a bit more of a cost to adding one, and it would be a problem if anyone but me used this. But so yeah, basically the TLDR is what I learned is that CSP is pretty cool. I actually already knew that. But the JVM takes up too much memory. What a surprise. Is this a shock anyone? And I basically reinvented ePoll, or I guess IOU ring now. So if you want to play with it, it's all open source on my GitHub. I called it Swan Bar. I don't know why I called it that. I just did. And then the Rust port's RS Swan Bar. My GitHub is on Tumblr. I don't do social media. I was arguing with people too much. So I have Hacker News. If you see the name Tombert anywhere, it's probably me. If it's someone complaining and named Tombert, it's probably me. And feel free to email me if you have questions or just want to chat or whatever. And my blog's tombert.com. You could be the 5th commenter. And it's only you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. So that's it.
Any questions?
Do you have your Swan Bar on your own?
Yeah. I do. You can kind of see it here. So I have now the Wi-Fi's not working, so I'm making a new quote right now. But just whatever ChatGPT said, strive for greatness on and off to the table, because in the game of life, every point counts. Ping pong poly. So what I did is I have a list of 2,000 nouns I just wrote over the course of 6 months, and I choose 2 of them and say, give me an inspirational quote using these 2 nouns, and then make the author's name a pun on one of those things. So it'll just do that. I have a thing that you say which program's running, which is events now. It's clock. That is the clock. I'm trying to optimize it for some reason. It only updates every 1.5 seconds. I don't know why I did that. But so you can change things there, the battery status and stuff. This is it may not look like much, and it's not, but it is the culmination of about a month's worth of unemployment. So that's the demo on that. But yeah.
You made a comment early on about bin bindings in Sway.
Oh yeah.
Elaborate on what you meant by that.
Yeah. So can you see that Vim nav on the top there? Yeah. So I can do I can change to the it's on a separate screen. 1 second here. 0. Let's see if I can here. So I can do so I had this is built in this way. I didn't have to do this. It's got sorry. The question was I need to elaborate on the Vim nav, Vim navigation stuff I mentioned earlier. This is built in this way. You can just go into modal mode on the Sway config. I can probably pull it up if you really want here.
Broadly, what does it do? I'm a decade-long i3 user. I've never used Sway.
It's as I said, it's in a hand-wavy way a port of i3 to Wayland. I don't know if i3 supports this. I have only used i3 drunk, but let's see if I can find it. Let's see the config. Let's see if I'm actually curious now.
Does it allow you to like switch between your focus? With
Yes, I have a, so if I'm in Vim mode and I want to go to workspace 1, I would just type 1 right now, and I just, you can't see it, but I jump to there. Yeah, and I have it, so I only know how to think in Vim, and so I do everything, I try not to touch the mouse, so everything's done with the navigation with Vim. As I said, this is built in. I wish I could say like I invented this. I guess I could lie and say I did, but it's really quite easy to set up. Vim nav, go to here, move and stuff. It's just set up bindings for the mode and stuff like that. It's really quite straightforward. So yeah.
So is it more like I use Sway before, but I normally just use a modifier and then.
So you're just doing
I won't use modifiers. I don't even like having to type shift with capitalizing letters. But it's basically it's in a mode. It's just basically in mode where the modifier just stays on. And I did bind my own keystrokes to kind of make it a bit more closer to my Vim setup.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I just noticed, is P set to next workplace and N set to previous workplace?
Yeah. So what the question is why is P and N set to previous and next workspace? That's my setup on Tmux that I did a million years ago, and I'm too old to change. So it's so my Tmux is very these key bindings are very similar to my Tmux key bindings. So. Not exactly. I have backtick as my modifier for my prefix in Tmux, and that didn't work very well for this. Yeah.
When you switch to Rust, so have you lost the auto reload?
Yes. Yes. With just Rust, I did lose the auto reload, Rust takes a long time to compile. But the one nice thing about Rust is you get a lot of the checking that you would have to do at runtime for free, because a lot of the stuff you would for thread safety and stuff is handled by the compiler. So, and you have, by Vim, language server protocol things. So, you get the little update saying this line's terrible, you forgot about pin or send, and then you just go do it. So, the lack of reload was terrible. Don't get me wrong, but the fact that you get the compiler handles so much more made it a little bit less painful. Like writing C is terrible. I hate writing C because you don't get anything for free with C. I still do it. I just complain.
So really the whole thing is so quick, doesn't really.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Cool.
Anyone else?
Any other questions? All right, then I think we're just gonna say thank you, Thomas, for the wonderful talk. We are also now at noon, which means that we are heading into the lunch hours. So the food trucks are going to be available in technically that direction. So swing through, grab some food, get some time to socialize, and we'll see you for the next sessions after lunch.
have five minutes, right? It starts at 2?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering why no one's in here right
Private
now.
company open, infrastructure zero knowledge, proof only.
Yeah. What's the theme of, like, what's it about, basically? Like, I was trying to understand that one, it didn't really make sense to me. Pull up online, I can get an answer probably.
Rethink and share this.
I think it's like who's responsible for your data regarding open source.
Gotcha.
So not here.
That's weird that no one's doing that.
Let's go this one, kernel backport automation.
Okay. 235 in that direction. Go there.
Breaking news.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing. That'll work. This will work. I've got some time. Okay.
What's up, dude?
Hello.
Where'd everybody go?
Nobody's in here. They canceled the talk.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
How did I not hear about this?
I don't know. It's grayed out on the spreadsheet.
Mm.
But I'm just in here because my next slot is also in here.
Oh, okay.
So, and I figured since nobody's in here, I may as well just sit in this room.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Otherwise,
Figured-
we'd lock it. So.
Mhm. And it wasn't locked. And I was curious if it was.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if it was, I'd need to go get somebody ahead of time to unlock it. And if it wasn't, I should be sitting in here.
Yep.
So there's a room captain. But yeah.
Hi, Lath.
Are you guys having problems with this room?
I just checked it out because nothing was happening. So I
Oh.
was like suspicious.
Yeah, no, the speaker canceled, so.
Yeah.
Nothing
Okay.
going on.
Well, enjoy the quiet and peace.
I probably won't, but
Okay. Well, see you around.
yep, see you. Foundational Certificate Authority. Wait, that's not what I thought I was in. Hello there.
Hey.
Are you James Tilton?
I am not. I am hoping to attend the talk on Certificate Authority.
Yes, that starts in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sit in here if you like.
Sweet.
Yeah. This is probably a bad idea. What's my heart rate? Who's using the printer? Is that you?
No, it is not.
What?
Oh.
Are you the one using the printer?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. That's hilarious. All right. Hello. There's no talking here for another 20-some minutes, but.
No, I'm the presenter.
Oh, you're the presenter. You're James.
Yep.
How do you say your last name?
Tilton.
Tilton. Okay. So yeah, I'll be your room captain. Foundational Certificate Authority. Oh, right, there's a couple of things I need to tell you. Things that I'm sure you probably already know. But your talk is for 30 minutes,
Yep.
And then there's 15 minutes of Q&A after that.
Mhm.
And I'm going to give you a 5-minute warning near the end of your 30 minutes.
Okay.
Just so that you know.
Sounds good. Easy enough.
But yeah. So, what are we working with here?
HDMI. So they said I could just use the regular setup. So I didn't have to do.
Should be. And either I will see it or I will not.
Yeah, they said I did not need to bypass the splitter or anything. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you should be fine. is good. Camera is good.
Should I be seeing my screen somewhere or not yet?
Are you presenting it?
So I.
Yeah.
So let's just reconfigure them to be.
Ideally, you would just mirror the display.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works with your operating system, but let's see. It's picked up the capture card though, which is nice.
There we go.
Okay. Let's see. I haven't done the most important thing. Okay. Interesting. Okay, you're mirroring your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try the splitter. Input. Close it. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting. That's all good. I'm not seeing. Fortunately, we've got a little bit of time to troubleshoot. Okay. Oh, and now you've dropped the screen, so we're gonna static electricity. I'm gonna remove this because this is causing more problems. This will be less problems. And now I only have the main problem, which is unfortunate. Okay. I'm not seeing. Any sort of input there. Oh. Which is weird because that's connected there.
Yeah.
But it's not going all the way across for some reason.
Okay. Let's try this.
I have not seen this issue before.
So I tried just setting the display 2 as the only one.
As the only one. Oh, that works.
So will it show up on either of these or?
Yes, so I have your display on my screen. And then if I go to projector input, projector, I lost my mouse.
It's over on the screen now.
Oh, well that's not helpful. There it is. Okay. There you go.
So I can at least work with that. So.
Okay. Does that work for you?
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Well, we'll call that a success. Just partially.
Look, we can't lose to freaking for the team to try and start.
Okay.
Yeah. What interest people have. I feel like I'm happy with everyone in this room. except for one. To be fair, we're going to I know, it's glorious. Yes. I think you know it. We don't know. Exactly. That's why I'm here.
All right.
I'm 23. It's hard to judge ages, honestly. Yeah. I'm still we love the job market right now. You see the job market right now. It's a little depressing, espresso. Very you work?
I work for biotech and for other research. So,
I tell you. Did you work use Linux?
yeah. I recently started using Linux on my daily driver.
I can't wait until I go to the council station and they're like, actually, you're forced to learn this. And then I'm sad. Well, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I can finesse the IT department giving me an actual good system.
Problem is, the SC support.
Then you
See,
need IBM,
and then you need this, and then you need that.
I can support my own system.
You're saying
Oh,
you
no.
gotta eat your own dog food, right? You feel like everyone's using it. It takes time for everyone to use the same thing.
The catch is that my job is essentially am for the IT department.
Hire someone.
So.
We love Shadow IT people here, right? So Shadow IT is your favorite?
No, I would work.
I know. Do you work in IT?
I just
security.
Oh, yeah.
Your theory is, hey, we bought this $2 million machine. You didn't ask you about it.
Yeah.
By the way, it runs Windows 7. Is that okay?
Oh,
And you support it.
That's a bust. It's news that it's from China running some weird Chinese anti-malware.
Well, that's the thing. All these 3D printers that all the engineering firms buy. It's like whack-a-mole. Like,
This printer can be found at 172.26.
my wife has a piece of scientific equipment that it was built in the 90s that she recently got. You know, it would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. She just got a hold of it and last worked with Windows XP. So I got to build her a computer with an ISA slot, which is kind of fun to do with, like, there are motherboards out there, but I guess to build an whole new computer to support that.
I had so I work in defense, you're a defense contractor, and so you're like, here's this cable tester station for the cables you make for us. It's DOS.
Cool.
DOS,
Is that what you need?
DOS
Yep.
like,
Awesome.
and they're like, how do we get data off it? I'm like, no. And they're like, finally, apparently there's a device that you can install that will emulate a floppy drive on a USB stick, but
Just have to make sure I
segregated. So if you have like
unactivate
one
my
drive, it's like
screen before I disconnect fully.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
remember which
No, that's
number
right.
of
It's
floppy
yeah,
drive
in theory,
the virtual floppy
once
drive is on
you
there,
disconnect,
and move it to the other computer.
unless you change settings
I
drastically.
deactivated my
But I don't
internal
know about
screen,
data
so
restriction on it.
just
Yeah.
before you start disconnecting this,
Yeah.
let me make sure I reactivate
It's
my
only a
internal
simple
screen.
floppy
Yeah.
drive, you just add 1,000
For
floppy
sure.
drives.
Yeah,
Stick,
it's
yeah.
stupid.
So how many drives, like, you
I
get
mean,
a
this
terabyte,
will all still be
Well,
running.
Right, yeah, you'll-
I
So,
don't think I can put terabytes.
worst case scenario, we unplug it, we go,
It's-
oh,
it's-
whoops,
it's
and we
old
plug
too,
it back
but-
in.
Yeah.
If it's
That's it.
running on DOS, it probably doesn't generate
Okay.
that volume.
Where do you intend to be standing?
Probably in this general space.
Okay, I'm gonna slightly adjust the web.
If you want to see the old stupid old stuff, defense or not.
See how that is.
I took a tour of Navy Base Binger and all of their nuclear submarine
Oh, that's
training
perfect.
simulation stuff is all XP. And they're like, oh, we have this on the
Okay.
land that's not connected to the wider internet, and so it's fine.
Listen to the 2.5 Admins podcast. Jim Salter used to be a nuclear engineer on a
Alright,
submarine.
ideally,
Talked about all the weird shit.
all goes well,
Oh,
and I
it
don't
was
have
so
to do
good.
anything else.
So I went on that
Probably
submarine.
for
I was
seats.
in unit, or one of the lenses, and he covered up like
I think that
classified
fills the room.
information with sticky notes.
I mean, it's effective, I guess.
It's effective. It's also really funny to be like, huh, behind that sticky note is stuff that I can't leave if I see it.
Well, if you're already on that submarine.
Can't leave anyway.
Oh, look, where's the guy that I saw in the restaurant yesterday?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got so involved in the conversation, I already had a couple beers. I didn't talk to you, so I'm sorry.
I was like, there's too many people. I'm going.
Yeah, well, the one guy was talking, I don't know what he was saying. And then the other guy came over, and then you came over, I'm like, oh no. I have ED, I already have trouble tracking more than one conversation. And I was like, I don't know, it's in 3, and I was like, oh. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
I'll get a beer with you. Are you going to the thing later?
Oh, looks like, yeah, there's 2 more
We'll get a beer
seats.
with you. We'll chat.
Technically, yeah.
Robert.
Okay.
Yeah, they found 2 in the back.
I'm impressed you.
Yeah, it looks like there's 2 more seats. One here in the middle and one back there in the middle.
I guess it stays with you because you're on actually.
I have to make sure there's not more people than seats for like fire code.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But looks like
There's one more.
yeah. He doesn't have to be sitting, but I just have to keep the number.
Yeah.
Security updates and support it.
Which is crazy.
Did you say they're still supporting it?
Oh, no, it was like 10 years past the extended support for everybody else, it was just the DOD.
I'm pretty sure they
Oh,
still
excuse me,
have
DOW.
I'm sure they still have that agreement, actually.
Probably. Oh, I'm sure it's still out there.
It's still going.
Yeah, they were paying for support that far past.
I know that Alfred
Alright.
Harris and Rocky Martin, they paid for these supports.
That's wild.
I mean, there's a lot of like military technologies there designed in like 1970, finally get released in 1990, the actual working system, and you know,
Yeah.
well, Senate paid for it, they're not throwing it out, so their taxpayer
Yeah,
dollars.
like C-130s are still flying today. And
Yeah.
they're old.
They've probably done the math, that it's cheaper to pay the extended support than
Yeah.
redesign and.
I mean, there's this meme of B-52s flying next to the Starship Enterprise. They're never going away. 100 years old. They retire as of now.
Okay. On your way, let me know.
Minutes.
Go ahead from there. Okay, we're good to start. Welcome everyone to today's session. We have James Tilton speaking on foundational certificate authority. I'm going to hand it off to him.
Hello, my name is James Tilton. I am a tech enthusiast and cloud system administrator for a healthcare company, mainly working with Oracle Cloud at this point. Welcome to Linux. This is my second time to Linux Fest Northwest. I come all the way from Florida to join you all. So certificate authorities. Has anybody used them, or at least the certificates associated with them? So we pretty much all do, as if you're doing any sort of web browsing, that the certificates within your web browser are part of the system that allows for verification of those websites. So certificate authorities are a foundational tool that validates the end processes. They're kind of like a governing body that when they issue IDs or licenses or things like that, it validates those IDs. So as you put that trusted source onto your system, any certificates signed by that source will now be trusted by you. So it's one of these, building this hierarchy of trust between systems to allow for connections of unknown trust of a third party. But if you trust the first party that trusts this third party, you build this implicit trust. All of our computers have certificate authorities. The certificate authorities certificate added to our certificate store. So Chrome, Firefox. I know Firefox has their own certificate store that you can add root certificates to that allow you to trust the signed certificates from that root certificate. So this shows within your browser as a validation, and when you click on the little view of the icon, it'll say whether it's validated or not. So we'll do a little demo of that here in a little bit. So certificates. Certificates are just public keys, but they are signed by a certificate authority to build this trust in the hierarchy of computers. So by trusting the certificate authority, you trust the certificates signed by that certificate authority's key. And this public information, this public key allows for the public key of the certificate authority can validate any of the certificates signed by that certificate authority's key. So what can you use certificates for? I was at a talk earlier this morning about a secure boot, signing of your kernel within secure boot and all that tooling. You can use a certificate authority. You're using a certificate authority technically to sign all of the values and be able to trust those. You can use it in RFID. I know like Bamboo Labs, they have their their filament refill AMSs. Then they have a signed RFID tag within their system, and they have the root certificate can validate that signature within that RFID tag. VPNs, websites, there's a lot of different ways to use certificate authorities and certificates. Again, it's a matter of proving validation, or it's validating it's validating you are who you say you are. and it builds this trust by trusting the root certificate. So our web browsers have certificate authorities added to them. Our computers have certificate authorities added to them that as a tech community have passed rigorous standards like Global Sign or Let's Encrypt. They've gone through these processes to allow, or that they've been validated by third parties that, all right, we're going to trust these people, and so any certificates signed by these people will be trusted. So there's a part of this that focuses on encryption, and with the PKI infrastructure, public key encryption, or public key infrastructure, certificates are a part of building the encryption stack, but it is not necessarily needed. It is just signing of these certificates builds this trust and verification and validation. You can use these tools to enable encryption, but it is, at least at this point, is not the main focus of the what a certificate authority does. So, how does this all work? It first starts out as a certificate authority establishing trustworthy with itself. So when you start this process, you generate a public and private key. The private key, as you spit out the public key, it will then, you use the private key to sign it, so you add the signature to that public key. And you can now, that is now handed out to people to build this root of trust. The next process is a customer or a client will come with a signing request and have the private key of the root certificate sign the signing request. So the client has generated a public and private key with the CSR as the public key. My root certificate authority private key will sign the signing request. It will then hand back a fully signed certificate. Now the client can use that certificate to deploy to web servers or wherever, and if the person trusts your root certificate, you now trust that client that has generated that certificate. So it's you review and see that everything's in order. So here you can see a hierarchy of the certificate authorities. So you can see the client would be xkcd.com. Then it is signed by what's called an intermediate certificate authority. And then it's finally signed by the root certificate authority. So within my web browser, I have Global Sign and Global Sign Atlas as trusted root certificates within my key store. So therefore, I don't have to have XKCD's certificate validation. I'm entrusting these other resources because they've gone through verification with all the different companies. So Global Sign is one of the big ones.
Did you have to trust the intermediate?
Yes. Yep, you have to trust the whole chain. So what we're going to do a little bit is just deploy a single root certificate authority. But most processes, you deploy a root certificate authority and then intermediate certificate authorities. The intermediate certificate authorities are actually the ones that are signing the client requests. More than likely, that Global Sign's key has never been touched to the internet. They take the CSR from the intermediate certificate authority, sign it in this air-gapped computer, and then bring that signed certificate back out to allow signatures from there. So the private key of the intermediate server is a bit more connected to other resources.
So the intermediate certificate authority here is Global Sign Atlas.
Correct. So here's a quick example workflow of how you'll see a certificate being used with a web call. So client calls out to the web server. It first part of it, it sends the certificate because we're doing HTTPS communication. It sees if the root certificate of that certificate is trusted by the computer. And if it is, you'll just go right through. If not, you'll get this page is unsafe. So we'll go ahead and show you a demo of that. So this is what you'll normally see if you have a unsigned certificate or a self-signed certificate. You'll be like, oh, there's something wrong here. I'm sure we've all seen this on devices that we've purchased as starting to, like routers and stuff like that have self-signed certificates. So this is where there is no root of trust. So you'd have to go to advanced and proceed to this, and now it's able to work. Firefox, now the next time I go to this website, instead of that popping up, it will now show that it's verified because I've done it once. So here we can see, so I'm going to jump over here to this XKCD one because Firefox displays their certificate paths a little bit differently. So here you can see the root certificate authority, global sign, the intermediate, and the client one. So here is the one for this self-signed certificate. You can see that there is no certificate authority associated with it. It is just itself. So that's just an example of a self-signed certificate. So here is one of my, so this is my trusted website that I've created the certificate with my root certificate authority. And we can see the path here. So we have this root CA, which I added to my key store. So I'll show you how that works in Firefox. Just go to settings and search for certificates. And under here, under authorities, I added my root. So I imported the public key from my root certificate. So so it's James Tilton Technology one right here. So here you can see the root certificate has all the information about the different things, and then here is my page here. This is the client's certificate here for this one. So next we're going to move on to deploying your own certificate authority. So one of the quick ways is using OpenSSL. What are some of the reasons why you would want to? Of course, learning, getting a better fundamental understanding of certificates and the public-private key infrastructure that we're deploying and trusting and using day in, day out. It's also beneficial if you're creating tools, if you're a developer trying to do some sort of application where you need verification of code and or agents. I know Puppet is a automation tool that builds their own certificate authority within their setup, and as you deploy agents, it signs the keys for those agents, and so that's how it builds its trust. So there's all sorts of different ways. If you have a home lab, or if you have an infrastructure that's not connected to any internet, this would be also a way to generate secure or verified communication. So you don't have to go through the whole entire Let's Encrypt process to build all that stuff for your internal infrastructure. The one thing is you would have to figure out how to get your root certificate public key onto each of your devices to be able to build this trust. Most of the time, I'll just spin up a web server that has the root certificate, so I can just jump on like my phone or a computer, download it, import it into my certificate stores. So using OpenSSL as a CA, it's a quick and easy way to get start signing and developing this process. But it is a command line only tool, and you use configuration files to manage part of the CA. So these are the steps. The first thing we do is we generate an RSA key, or at least in this case, we're going to use an RSA. The AES forces a password on the private key. So that way, every time you use it, you have to put in the private key's password so you can use it. And then you can see how it signs itself, does a self-signed certificate for itself. This one you can see it's valid for 7,300 days. And then this root_ca.cert, that is the public key that I went and installed in my certificate store within my web browser. So this is how clients would do their setup. So in this case, I'm not put, as you can see, I omitted the -AES 120 or 256. So this one won't have a password. So I can just add it to my web server. So that way I can start decrypting the information there. You do a CSR, and this one has a config that calls out a SAN, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And then the certificate authority uses the OpenSSL CA to actually sign the certificate. So it uses its configuration, calls out how many days it's available, what the in file and the out file is going to be. So the client CSR and the client CRT. So if you're doing web server stuff, you'll need to, OpenSSL doesn't have a great way of handling this at this point, is the subject alternative names. You have to do kind of a little hacky thing to get that working. This is something, a newer spec that web browsers require starting about 2016. So we'll go ahead and do a demo of generating a client key, building the CSR, present the CSR to the CA for signing, and receive back the certificate, and then deploy that to a web server and making sure that it all communicates, no problem. So here's, so this is a quick bash script that I'm going to set up, or that I'm going to run. So it's going to generate my private key. Then I'm going to generate my public, or my signing request. And then I'm going to copy it over to the root certificate authority. So when you use this, you will put this information in. You can pretty much do whatever you want. As you can see at the very top, I have a flag called add extension, add ext, and that's where I'm pushing in my subject alternative name. So in this one, it has a DNS entry of building.testing.lcl and www.building.testing.lcl. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my root certificate authority. So I'd have a So here I'm using the OpenSSL CA command to specify my configuration. Extensions is a value within the configuration. It's going to be good for 375 days. It's going to have the in of that particular file, and I'm going to ship it out to that file, and then I'm going to copy it back to the client. Here I'm putting in the password for the certificate authority. Let me, sorry, that because I already used that exact naming in the just have to use some different values here. Okay. All right. So this is what the certificate authority. So now it's going to ask, or it's asking if I want to sign it. I'll read through and validate the information. So all of this information came from the, so you can see all the subject information, that came from the CSR. These X509 extensions, this is actually something that's configured within the configuration file. And then you can see the subject alternate name extension down here at the bottom. Okay, so it is now deployed to my web server. So I just have a quick script to get this going. All right. So now if we go to that page, which is this one. So I was able to deploy a SSL certificate or a TLS certificate and get the trust without it popping up with needing to validate anything. So we can go look at that real quick. Okay. All right, I don't know why it's not popping up. It should.
Clear cookies.
Yeah. Let's just try closing it and reopening that page. There we go. That looks better. There we go. Now we can view the subject. So it must have just been, I had the page open still. So here you can see the name of it called testing.lco and all the other information that I added earlier. So you have the, so here's the subject alternate names. One thing about these certificates, so this is all running on my local machine. So if I go to this website using localhost, you'll see that it breaks because localhost is not part of the subject alternate name or any of the other names, because when we're doing this, we're building the trust to these actual DNS names. So if we're not putting that information into the subject alternate name or anything like that, so I now get an invalid certificate, even though I have entrusted this website or this certificate. This trusted certificate, we can go look at its subject alternate name, and I added 127.0.0.1 here. So for this one, I can change this URL to use that IP address. And it still works. But if I change that over to localhost, that won't work because that doesn't match what's on the certificate. Everything on the certificate has to match what you're presenting. So even though they match similarly, or conceptually they're the same, the computer doesn't see it that way.
Can you do a subnet?
Can
you do a subnet?
UIP is not, I think.
Yeah, no, it has, because it has to match the actual IP address when you're building. So for this one, in my subject alternate name, I used IP .1. You have to have unique values, but so you could do IP.1, 127.0.0.1, IP.2, 192.168.1.10, IP3. So you could have multiple IP addresses in there, but they'd have to match whatever is in the browser.
And you can do a wildcard for subdomains.
Yes, some of that's going away with the subject alternate names as well, though. But yes, you can do wildcards for things. So safety considerations and security considerations. You never want to expose your certificate authority key to anything, as if that's compromised, now all of your certificates are compromised. So you can't trust that key anymore. So that's a huge thing. Again, that's why GlobalSign or Let's Encrypt and all those have those offline root certificates, and they can create revocation lists to actually cancel out intermediate certificates that got compromised. So if an intermediate certificate authority got compromised, they can throw that into a revocation list, and then every certificate signed by that intermediate will be dead.
5 minutes.
Again, you never want to expose your CA keys to anything.
So how does somebody sign that intermediate if it's like root isn't a lot? Does someone go into a room and there's someone watching them?
Yeah,
and
so
come out with a USB and like go on.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a whole entire techno priest. Yeah. I'm sure they have quite a few policies on how they go sign those intermediate certificates.
That looks like in a bunker somewhere.
Yep. So these are some of the resources that I used. This Jamie Linux one, so my first certificate authority I deployed about 10 years ago, and that resource is what I followed, and it's still pretty much the same thing. The only thing that it doesn't have is anything about the subject alternate name, so you'll have to find that other one is more about that one. There is one.
Can you specify wildcard in the subject alternative name?
I think so.
Okay.
So we have a few minutes, but I can.
A bunch of different things in the subject alternative.
Yep.
So with this approach, correct me if I'm wrong, you would need to make sure that root CA, that root certificate is trusted on every device that's using your home network. There are ways that you can local only resolvable domain, but still have it be trusted by one of the global authorities?
So yes, you have to add the root certificate, the public key, to all the devices that you want to trust your certificate authority, and certificates signed by your certificate authority. So how the first time I deployed this, I was working at a hospital, and we had Active Directory, and so I was able to deploy the root certificate to all my devices using group policy. You could build it with Ansible scripts or just on manually adding it via like a link and downloading the certificate and adding it to your certificate store within your device.
I'm familiar with revocation lists in concept, but I've never gone and looked at one. Is it like a different kind of certificate? Is it just hosted JSON? Like, what is it?
I think it's, or if I remember correctly, it's just a giant list of keys that have been, I think it has the hash key, and I should have probably built one, but but I think it's just a list of text file, and as part of building the configuration, you can give it a URL of where that resides. So if we go back to
and that's served like over HTTP?
Yes, it could be. It could be over HTTPS. Here. So here you can see, here are, where's the, I know they have, here, this one I'll have it for sure. Here it is. So CRL endpoint. So let's go see what it has.
Yeah, it looks like a cert file.
So that one downloaded, but let's go back to. So it could be different one. So they may just be cert files. Yeah, it looks like they're just cert files. So so you just use your the web browser can read that cert file no problem. So I don't know if you're able to easily. But, any other questions? Yep.
Have you, or do you know of anybody who's experimented hosting their own infrastructure for like CertBot or Acme to connect to automatically rotate certificates based on your own personal CA?
I have not, but you could extend this to do Acme's, but you'd have to do additional setups. OpenSSL isn't really great for that because it doesn't do locking of the database. And in air quotes, it is just a text file.
Right.
So that's the one big drawback of using OpenSSL is it's not. So you want to read the OpenSSL CA warnings section in their man page. That'll give you all the pros and cons, or the big cons of using it, because it doesn't lock the files.
Assuming you're not using your own, how would you go about deciding which certificate authority to choose from? Does it make much of a difference?
More than likely, you'll just go, if you're deploying stuff to the internet, whoever your DNS provider, they may have, or whoever you purchased your host name from, they may have a tool right there, and or Let's Encrypt has that free tooling to allow you to at least get up and going.
I haven't done it yet, but kind of planning on playing it eventually. But OpenBow and HashiCorp Vault, you can set as a PKI server, and then you can. I know that OpenBow you can go and fetch certificates from an Acme provider, and then it also can be its own intermediary Acme provider that you can point to in the infrastructure.
To add to that, I use Step CA at home, and that supports Acme, so you can automate your certificates.
You said Step CA?
Yes. Open source tool.
Yep. Yeah, there's all sorts of tools out there. This one, as you can see, it's very bare bones, but allows you to get some of the fundamentals and understanding of the concepts behind signing and deploying certificates.
So let's say I have a company and I want to, I'm publishing a website, I want to get authenticated with a certificate authority. Like, how do I go, what is the process if I tell them, like, please give me send them a certificate, a CSR, but like, how do they validate I am who I am to establish that web of trust?
Yep, so from that perspective, normally you'd sign in to the provider. You may have to give them additional information to build that trust. You're also giving them money to do that, so they are doing some validation there. So, but with Let's Encrypt, how they do some of their validation is they force you to, one of the options is adding a DNS record. So you log into their service, they generate a unique ID. You're then asked to put that as a DNS text record within your DNS host. And so when you go to request, it'll be like, oh, this is a valid person because they went and added, or we validated they own that domain because they were able to add a text record to the DNS provider. Another thing is they can ask you to add a file to your web server, so that way they can validate that web server. So you'll put it in some sort of directory. As the system comes up and requests, sends the CSR to Let's Encrypt, it'll then reach out to the web server, validate that you are able to generate that file that they wanted, and that is how they validate that setup.
So I, as an organization that's putting a website on the internet, it's not really any more involved than signing up for a credit card, it sounds like.
Yeah. And there's probably a little bit more, but it's I haven't actually done like the paid for stuff. But it was a lot more expensive before Let's Encrypt got going.
Already in reply to the getting a CSR signed, generally how it works is either the old school way of doing it is you have to go to a notary and get a notarized copy of your ID and send it in and take a little bit of time. Now we use like digital notaries, and you'll hop on a Zoom call with someone and you hold up your ID and they go, oh yeah, that looks like you. And then you get a digital notary, basically the same thing. And that's the proof this is you. It's I guess the same thing as, well, it's a spin-off of MFA. It's something you have, something you can generate, and something you can prove or provide access to.
There was, I used to work for a finance company that they only would deal in extended validation certificates. So any public endpoint, we had to put an EV cert in front of it, which is an extra level of process, like where our company would have to exchange bank information, there was notaries involved, there was hardware security keys and stuff like that. And so like at the end of the day, when the customer went to the website, instead of just getting the green padlock left of the nav bar, they would get like the company's name with like a larger green thing, because we were using EV certs. So there's different levels of rigmarole and pricing you can go to get different levels of trust.
How does Let's Encrypt stay afloat? Like I know they're not, I guess they're not a for-profit company, but
yeah,
it takes money to at least do these signings, right?
Donate to Let's Encrypt, keep them going.
Yeah, actually their biggest issue from what I heard is their revocation lists and their validation of certificates.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I think that's their biggest issue is because they have a bunch of audit ability there.
through like a consortium like Google, like Microsoft, all these big companies pay for it, essentially for the public good. Because like for us, elsewhere freely available. I mean, it was
More
crazy.
people creating sites, more people using it.
Yeah. So yeah, there was a push for that across the to get SSL everywhere,
I've
or
never seen
TLS
anybody
everywhere.
donate to Let's Encrypt on their page or anything.
Yeah, it's run by a consortium of companies. It's like
Got it, okay.
Akamai and Mozilla were there at the beginning. I can't remember any others, but
I mean, all the big players are
Cisco, Google, Facebook, AWS, PH.
It's not going away.
No, it's not going. Now, do you trust it? It could plus. I don't know.
But for regular users that just want to get built, it's a great tool to allow for just regular people to. But would you want your multi-million-dollar website running a Let's Encrypt certificate? Maybe not. All right, thank you.
Especially if you have
You have everything figured out there?
this literal directory.
Okay. Do you have an HTML?
I do.
Awesome.
They had to do the reset thing because Lenovo's were goofy, but I guess not today.
You're good.
Sick.
Awesome.
Yeah, right. Well, I
Thing, and then
Where like one of our vendors servers that they
you know, even if you said, hey, maybe there's some
changed
like
where the
fallback
certificate
there,
files were read from. So like I deployed it to the wrong thing,
compared to
didn't
others.
figure it out. Ansible says, yeah, deploy. Perfect.
Is this legible for everyone?
So update it.
It could be done.
Still not working.
That violates company branding guidelines and I'll get in trouble.
Gotta clear that.
I need to be absolved by marketing.
I mean, like in the brightness of the projector, just enough.
Take load off of the other Oh, corporations stop putting load as part of the
Correct, yeah.
So it's like, alright, we got the load, that's
No. But this is where Stefan talked and he had weird like diagram issues too.
This was weird too.
I have a friend who's been doing Astro a lot, and I do in general. That's all documentation. I didn't know that it covers a certain. In my mind, it's like are you kidding me? Like that's actually all that stuff. Cool. Yeah, it was my friend's kind of like. Yeah, let's go do that actually. I want to go to the other building anyways. Next one is. Oh, hi and bye. Sure. I'm going to the
Is that when your wife was right here? Yeah. It's probably because I'm trying to consider you or something. No, it's really neat. I could probably look you up. No. Well, if you get a Dell play, then you like show me everything. Do you have a software? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I can probably just not use it. That's
Does it work?
I'm gonna fuck around with no way now.
Snail. Do you want to build a router? Should turn that into a drinking game.
No, I like you. Don't be
Yes.
Perfect.
Sorry.
where Network Manager didn't apply everything right away, and I thought it was fine. Yeah, 5 minutes just internet. No. Is it in the shot?
Okay. Be assigned room captain for this room is MIA, so I am acting room captain. How do I pronounce your name?
Matthias.
Matthias.
If it's easier, you can go with Matt. I am not picky.
Okay. Is that how you would like to be introduced to the group?
Matthias is preferred.
Matthias is preferred. Yep. Okay. Matthias. And your talk is, do you want to build a router?
Yep. Yeah, you get bonus points if you sing it. Try not to use copyrighted memes in the presentation, so.
Are you using the same link that you shared with me?
It should. I shared you 2, right?
No, that's okay. Check the slide number 16 should not be there because they said logo. Check that.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hide the templates.
That's okay.
Thank you.
And probably those ones, I don't check them out.
Yeah. No, I have the template ones in there. I'll just delete them.
I see.
Oh, skip. There it is. Thank you.
No, well, yeah, because I saw that. I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Sorry?
I did it. It can do any arbitrary levels.
The way he came up and was super I thought I had national secrets in there or something. I just had the template slides still in there.
It's under slash
What?
R with Docker volume.
They were at the end.
If you delete the name, then this is a volume. But as long as you turn it off, it stores on your.
It's weird because I have all the stupid run-on stuff on my keys. Yeah.
Now, I don't put my records. My records are like that. I have multiplier DNS. So what I'm
Should threaten people if they don't ask questions. I'm going to read YAML config files at them.
it reaches file reaches.
Still
They go.
Does it have to be related to your talk? Because I'll ask a question. Just use that.
I recognize it's all YAML and then one piece of stuff.
Shouldn't have RIP in it anymore.
Because they were JSON file, they store it. But as long as you have something like DNS, stuff where you can just go jump it up.
Oh, fine.
We have a few minutes.
I didn't use the seal slide on this one. I think I put it in the sim one though.
Okay, good to see me.
No, the sim one is our cat biting game. Moxie.
Why do single sign-on? Single sign-on is quite
Okay. For your information, a couple things, I'm sure you know most of them. You've got 30 minutes to talk, and then after that, there's 15 minutes dedicated to Q&A. Cool. I will give you a 5-minute warning near the end of your 30 minutes. Also, that clock is a couple minutes fast. And here is your room captain.
Yes, I had the wrong time.
Ah. No, you're all good.
Sorry about that.
I just backed up that way. So then what I done was I set up Firefox the way I wanted it from scratch on a new sheet of that crazy big game that I used to do. And picked it up in a folder, and then I backed up that folder, that a file was a file. And then anytime I needed to store whatever I'm storing, I just unzip the file onto the root of the file system, and it's done. Do it with LibreWolf and then create the right folders, because it stores all the stuff in one file, in one folder, and so you just set that up and just get it on your computer. No, because it will. You're overwriting the installation of LibreWolf with the installation. It's kind of like snapshotting the program. Because I did what you did, where you're betting your head against the wall for not doing for 6 hours. For several weeks. I did too.
Yes. And their logo is yeah. Most logo is actually it's the
extension. It's like that was
you know who they are?
I do.
Okay.
I don't mind listening to them, but they would be my close ones. But there's only so much hierarchy stuff.
You should.
Well, I felt like it was a fun
yeah, but there's some other departments. They're good. I have solo keys. I wouldn't recommend them. Not really supported. They have solo keys. There's also a couple of ones out there that are atypical. Those you look at their one strengths like what it seems on. There's a couple of good ones out there. Then that one's one of them. I know the biometrics are
The history sections, I realize, just me justifying why I needed to do this.
I think you could send so like for example,
actually though, when I did decide to do it, it was either that or spend $300. So do we have that number for our organization?
We're full.
Well, you see this? Yeah, thanks for putting that.
We have SLAs, but there's a circular dependency problem with those.
But I can single sign on.
Yeah.
So every online service is 2 buttons and I can log in. And I can also, I roll over minutes too. So if I'm on somebody else's computer or whatever, and I pull up one of my pages that requires to do a thing, just click the key and.
Can I get shaken up quick?
I wonder if you wrote that factor with my stuff. Not even access my Proxmox UI from not being in my house, but having multi-factor authentication with Proxmox UI. I would like to not have people be able to just bash their head against it for free.
There's MFA and Proxmox.
There is.
There's TOTP and you can do OIDC.
Well, that's the thing is I just use Authentic now with the OIDC stuff and then passkeys.
Yeah, so you can.
Exactly. Yes, but if you just don't press it.
I got like 3 minutes to
It's
go.
not publicly I haven't done it because it's kind of
It's always funny watching like AI transcription and jargon. Like watching the speech to text try to translate jargon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That and like Japanese to English on Teams was just hilarious one time. Like, and they were talking about like actual business stuff, but it auto translated to like something about the other guy's mother. So like I was trying to keep a straight face while like auto translate was just like accidentally making the funniest jokes ever.
Projections show they will increase in size double in 2 years.
Do we have enough capacity to support your size every 2 years? Nothing. Nothing. Do we have hardware support for that happening? I thought you meant
hardware support for what?
that doubling every 2 years. Nothing is not true.
I get it. My hearing is just very inconsistent.
Know the feeling. You know the feeling. Inconsistent hearing.
Sometimes I can hear a squirrel from the other side of the planet, and then other days I can't hear
The most important person in your life talking to you 2 feet away?
Yeah.
Yep. You're the same. You have it too.
Most of the only thing I knew was consumer rad. And consumer rad versus enterprise rad is not even in the same place.
It's the cauliflower. It's another one I want to hear translated.
Most people
It's like most cultures have a sport where it could happen.
I used to use my switches. I respond to their board weight or 2.5 to 8 switches.
5 seconds.
5.
I have
One. Yep. Good.
All right. So today's talk is, do you want to build a router? And I'm Matthias Palmersheim. I'm a solutions engineer at Victoria Metrics for... Yeah. Just try replugging it.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Try and go back and then maybe go forward now?
No, okay. This may be okay. We are just running it directly.
Matthias, do you just want to send me the link to your
I
slides
could
and you can choose us?
Is that your work account or...
Send it Matrix if you can.
Let me try something.
have my computer unplugged right now because I was gonna DM him just in case.
Here. I mean, everything on my end looks fine.
Let's try again. I'm like cursed at this comp.
Ooh. Okay. I did not. Okay. I think it crashed.
I broke it.
Alright, give me a second.
Yep, no worries.
I'm calling support.
I talk fast, it's fine. Oh yeah, so this is all your fault.
That's why I was going to offer you my laptop, because my laptop was the only one that I've seen thus far that hasn't had issues.
Did you see anyone besides Dima talk in here?
Not in this room.
Okay. I'll try my
Did yours freeze? Yours didn't freeze.
I didn't look at my screen.
Maybe it's just this. Maybe it's just this room.
Yeah, and I can try my...
I have a dongle too, but it didn't work for Dima, so...
No, I just have like my work laptop too.
He was using a framework when it froze on him.
Is it something that's worth like trying another machine on?
I don't know.
Yeah, let me make room.
I was just gonna show my laptop.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll get this up and running soon.
Yours is the ThinkPad too. It should be working now.
You know how it's streamed up onto those streaming? Yeah. And that crashed.
It crashed.
It froze and
It's. You're getting video now.
Wait, what?
Let me check this.
Do you want me to try a different laptop?
Oh, you're getting a. Oh, I see. It's not. That laptop seems to be working.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you saying this is frozen?
So what happened was they got the presentation up, it froze, and then wouldn't progress, and then I went over to the. I was being
Still frozen?
Escape, assuming it would.
Right now, it's
unplugged. So plug in the laptop you'd prefer to use.
Okay.
And then I will try bringing it up for you. Okay. We are allowed to restart OBS for this. So. Can you move your ass around?
Okay.
Yep, we can see it.
Alright.
Okay.
Now we just need to get back up on the projector.
Oh yeah. Get to the video mode you want it in to make sure that's working. Nice mouse. There you go.
There we go.
Okay.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah.
It just started.
Alright. So I think we're good now.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Leif.
This talk is, do you want to build a router? I would sing it in the tone of the Frozen song, but you guys don't deserve that. I'm Matthias Palmersheim. I'm a solutions engineer at Victoria Metrics by day. I've been obsessed with observability for about 6 years now, to the point where the first thing, or the only thing we talk about on the first date with my wife was centralized logging. And during that whole time, I've also been playing with a whole bunch of goofy networking and VPN setups, from everything from like self-hosting OpenVPN to like proprietary VPN stuff. Outside of my solutions engineer job at Victoria Metrics, where I help our enterprise customers and open source users get the most out of their observability solutions, I'm an open source maintainer of a project called Shiftmon, which takes most of the Victoria Metrics stuff, Grafana and Telegraph, and glues it all together with Ansible, so you don't need a giant K8s cluster for good observability. Outside of sitting in front of a computer, I like doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And if you want to find anything I'm doing for work or personal stuff, you can go to links.shiftsystems.net. We're going to establish one definition here of what a router is, because that can be a very wide definition So like giant ISPs, it's the thing that does BGP for you and just handles network routing. But in this context, it's more of like what you would see inside of a small home or small office or inside of a home network. And this would be an appliance that handles public and private networking services, namely DNS, so the phone book of the internet, DHCP for handing out leases to IP addresses, routing so you can get to the internet, firewall to make sure that only allowed traffic is happening, intrusion detection and intrusion prevention. Hopefully we can have a VPN, so if I'm all the way here at a conference, I can still get back to all my awesome home lab services. And this one you don't see as much in businesses, but reverse proxies for exposing services from your home lab to the public internet when a VPN isn't the right tool for that job. How I got started playing with routers, this section of the talk is really justifying why I thought this was a good idea. So how I started playing with routers, I was the only IT person at a manufacturing company of about 125 users. And we had like some crappy proprietary router that was barely good enough to be used in a house. We were having issues with like one Windows update running on one workstation, causing bottlenecks for the whole network and preventing like customer service people from taking calls on our VoIP system. And that was very much not acceptable. So I took an old Dell Optiplex that was laying around the office, put a network card in it, and started running pfSense. And I was able, things were like barely better at first. Like the router was staying online, but I was still having issues with quality of service. But I was able to basically like skim through a whole bunch of Lawrence Systems YouTube videos. He had a bunch of really good resources from pfSense, and the pfSense docs are still amazing. And I was able to figure out how to get traffic shaping done so that way random Windows updates weren't taking down the network. But it was a pain point trying to figure out all the traffic shaping issues. After that job, I went to I worked at a couple of different MSPs where they were using proprietary firewall appliances, and they had really jank firmware upgrades. Like if you didn't follow the vendor's exact instructions, and sometimes even if you did, you would have to nuke and pave the whole router. Backing them up and restoring them was not great. When you did have to edit everything, it was either a poorly documented CLI or a really clunky UI. The only fleet management they did have available was very expensive, and one of the companies in question has a very long and storied security record of not doing a good job, and it didn't have great integration with third-party observability tools. Basically, you could either use their proprietary solution or you could forward syslog off of it, but there's nothing for metrics. So I was not happy with it, but I couldn't really do anything about it. So my solution to dealing with it was avoidance. And thankfully that worked for the whole time I was working there. But that kind of sparked curiosity, like, we're a business who does this for a living. There like has to be a better way to do this. And so in my off time, I was still playing around with pfSense, playing with like the different observability tools inside of there, and I actually had like a more stable, reliable router in my house on like used crappy hardware. I think at this point I started doing the forbidden router, where you run a router in a virtual machine and pass through multiple NICs to it. Not recommended for a few reasons, but even that was more reliable than these crappy proprietary appliances. Next job after that, I was doing VPN server management. So that job, I was responsible for handling the VPN servers for labs that were handled for students at a security company. And what we were doing is we used Ansible for everything, but the process for provisioning with Ansible was basically we would have to nuke and pave the entire box, because the way that appliance worked was if it wasn't defined in the config file and any of those services restarted, it would just replay the config file, and any customization you did to it wouldn't keep. And we needed to do configuration options for the individual services. So like it was using a bunch of open source software and services, but we didn't have all the options available to us that we needed. And it created a whole bunch of toil where we were just like, hey, we need to make a one-line configuration change to the 3 VPN servers for this lab, but we would have to wait 5 to 20 minutes and run them one at a time. So just to do 3 router upgrades that were extremely minor, it was just like one run one really long Ansible command, wait for 5 to 20 minutes, hope it worked, rinse, repeat 3 more times, and it was not a great time. Thankfully, though, we did have access to good third-party observability tools, so we had multiple agents we could pick from for forwarding logs and handling metrics, and there was an all right way of injecting custom config for that at least. But yeah, that was a lot of toil, and that's what really sparked the curiosity of like, we're a bunch of SREs that literally just run Ansible against Debian, and we're doing it for some networking stuff already. Why can't we just do standard Linux boxes? And we were literally all begging our boss for the entire like 2 years I worked there to like, can we just use Debian, please? And that's what really started the curiosity of like not only using an open source appliance to do it, but just using like a vanilla Linux distro to do it. During this time in my home lab, I was using pfSense and OpenSense. It was fairly reliable. The only upgrade issues that I ever had was like during a major OS upgrade, it would flip the WAN and the LAN link a couple of times, and that was fairly easy to deal with, and I could just like restore a backup of the config, and it was easy. So it was really helpful in the beginning to have that UI. But as I like got more and more experience with networking, configuring reverse proxies and everything, I developed my own opinions that weren't exposed through the UI. And it just kept on becoming an issue where I want to do this goofy custom thing with like Telegraph on OpenSense, but it didn't have a good way for me to inject custom configuration that was consistent with the UI. So in OpenSense specifically, what happens is there's a whole bunch of like radio buttons and drop downs to configure Telegraph, and then they give you SSH access to the firewall to say, hey, you can edit something in this directory and restart the service and it works. But that feels kind of clunky because you're doing some stuff inside of SSH using text files and you can automate that with Ansible, but some stuff you're doing it through the UI using ClickOps. It was a very confusing and uncomfortable experience. And there's also some features, namely setting up Prometheus metrics in Caddy just didn't work inside of OpenSense, and it frustrated me to the point where I started like stripping services outside of the router. So Caddy got moved to just being a port forward on the router and running in a separate Linux machine. If you're familiar with pfSense, there's a plugin called pfblocker-ng, which is like a Pi-hole built into pfSense, and it also does GeoIP blocking. It's really amazing. OpenSense has GeoIP, but the DNS filtering wasn't as good, so that moved outside of the router to be a separate thing that I ran inside of a Linux VM. And so like this tension of not being able to communicate my preferences through the like normal means just led to me making the router less important inside of my network. So instead of it being the thing that ran DHCP, because the key migration in OpenSense was borked when I tried it, DNS being moved from pfblocker-ng and pfSense to just running AdGuard, Home, or Blocky outside of the router, and then running the reverse proxy on the router initially and then switching off of it so I could get better observability and easier automation just by running inside of a Linux VM. So at this point, now the only thing that was running inside of my router was just like firewall rules. I would toy with Suricata, but it would cause some reliability issues for intrusion detection. But now everything was being managed through GitOps using Linux, but I was not able to do it with the firewall rule until I started disaster profiteering. So what happened was, for some reason, OpenSense was just having like 20% packet loss, and my wife and I both work from home. Like, this wasn't after an upgrade or anything. I have no clue why this was happening, but I was getting like 20% packet loss, and my wife and I both take a ton of meetings for work. So this is unacceptable. Like, you're randomly dropping out of meetings with like giant clients, and it was extremely frustrating. I checked the network cable. I even blamed DNS. It wasn't DNS. This is how bad the problem was. And I couldn't see anything wrong in OpenSense besides dpinger was showing that I was dropping like 20% of network traffic. So one afternoon, like the third or fourth day this was happening, I asked the change management committee, aka my wife, hey, we have a bunch of really nice content on Jellyfin. You don't have any meetings for the rest of the day. I'm just going to start writing enough tables rules to start figuring this out. Because at that point, it was either something inside the router was broken or something broken with OpenSense, and it was cheaper to just try to flash a different operating system on the router appliance that I had. It was just like a cheap 1U box from AliExpress that was $250. You can get like, it's in a rack mount and it has like a crappy desktop CPU, but it's a router, so you don't need anything that fast. But I just started writing out the NF tables rules by hand, and then after banging my head against the keyboard long enough, I had a successful routing configuration that worked. But the one thing I didn't have was monitoring and observability tools, which, since that's something I do for a living, that bothers me, and it sucks troubleshooting things when all you have is the built-in command line utilities. So at this point, what I started to do was work on developing a utility that would take the structured output from the NFT command on Linux, spit that out into JSON, and then pipe that through Telegraph, which is an agent that you can deploy on pretty much anything. It's just a single Go binary. And then that would report back into Shiftmon, which is Victoria Metrics and Victoria Logs under the hood. And then I would see all the packets that were flowing through the rules that were logging. And I also got metrics to see how many packets and how many bytes were flowing through each individual rules. Another reason why I did this was it's 2026. I am obligated to talk about AI a little bit. LLMs can read observability data without having access to prod. So if I needed to use an LLM to help me troubleshoot something, I could just give it access to my observability tools, and I don't have to give it access to prod in order for it to help me, which is something that I don't trust LLMs to do. I see our customers listen to LLMs and break their deployments, and it created trust issues with me. So that's why I only like giving it read-only access so it can help me think through stuff, not try to fix things for me. So after that, I had good observability. I can see metrics and logs because I already had that figured out for Linux, and I had some more specific tooling for NF tables now. And then the next step was moving everything to code. So doing this for NF tables is super easy. You just put a text file somewhere and you either use the built-in systemd unit for NF tables to load that configuration every time it boots. I ended up having to write one that loads later. So the problem with the router config I ended up using is it references interfaces. And if an interface isn't up for NF tables, it'll just be like, I can't load this config. I have no idea who this man is. So I just had to write a 10-line systemd unit that says, hey, start up after all the network all the network interfaces are up. So that was easy. Interfaces were a different story. So when I did this initially, I was not very disciplined and wrote all the interface configuration by hand. I say wrote, but it was mostly going through Cockpit and a little bit of Network Manager to say, hey, this is my public IP address. These are the private IP addresses for all the LAN interfaces and VLANs. And everything was good until I tried to fix it so that it was done as code. So that way, if my crappy AliExpress router broke, I could just buy another one and replace it quickly. But the problem with that was when I added the Network Manager Ansible module, it will automatically add routes to every interface by default. And when you go to apply the Ansible playbook, what will happen is it'll break it to the point where you can't SSH into the machine, which means Ansible doesn't work. And it took me 3 or 4 times to figure this out. So I would apply the Ansible playbook. It would break the router. I'd have to physically go downstairs to the server rack and start fixing all the routing issues that it caused. And then I would try to get Network Manager to not add the routes, and then would hit apply, rinse, repeat 3 or 4 times until I figured it out. And at that point, I understand what the Nix people are talking. No, that's later. So after I figured that out, I can step through the configuration later, but I basically told Network Manager to not apply routes to all the LAN interfaces hard enough that it worked. It also led to a whole bunch of observability improvements in Shiftmon, where now NF tables just shows up with all the Linux configs. I think it's for NF tables, you just have to put log or another option to get metrics, and then in Firewall D, you just have to flip one switch. So now for like VPSs, I can set this up too. I got to get rid of the virtual machine because now I can put my reverse proxy back on the router because it's just a Linux machine. I can run Caddy on any Linux machine I want and metrics actually work. And now I can also use a pretty web GUI to deploy everything through through Semaphore UI, which is basically a GUI wrapper for running automation jobs using Ansible, Terraform, OpenTofu, Bash, or Python. And so now my Linux machine got to function like every other machine, and it's not a special snowflake I have to treat differently, have a different maintenance and release cycle. All my good habits for infrastructure as code I learned for like managing Docker host and K8s nodes can now apply to my router as well. A few fun lessons that I learned was that local models for AI, if you are going to try to use LLMs to help you do your job, are extremely useful when you break your router. Kind of hard to talk to like ChatGPT or Anthropic's API when you don't have internet. So like Quen actually bailed me out of a jam. The Quen 3 model actually bailed me out of a jam where I accidentally broken the internet setting up port forwarding. Another thing was don't let Network Manager create routes on local interfaces. Another thing too was do everything as code ASAP, so that way you don't fall into the trap that I did where I thought everything is working and then you tell your family internet's going to be down for 5 minutes, it's just a router reboot, and you lose a whole afternoon to resetting up routes as code. Also verifying that everything works with the reboot after you make like significant changes is something that I learned to do too. Another thing was the Nix people have a point. So something that is sometimes good, sometimes bad with Ansible is that if you undefine something, it just stops caring. So if you use something like Terraform, OpenTofu, or Nix, if you undefine something, it won't exist the next time you run the automation. But Ansible is just like, okay, so if you want to switch from like Nginx to Caddy and do everything as code, in Nix, you can just say, Nginx, shut up, Caddy, you're doing reverse proxying now. But in Ansible, you have to explicitly say, uninstall Nginx, install Caddy. And so that bit me in the butt with the network manager thing because I had to undefine the routes, unscrew it up manually rather than edit the Nix config on the router, apply it, and then I could just copy it back into Git. Another thing that I learned from this journey was that observability tools kind of let me use a whole bunch of things without a GUI. So when I was talking with somebody else who was having a lot of the same pain points I was with OpenSense, I asked like, why don't you just use NF tables? He's like, because the troubleshooting GUI for OpenSense and pfSense are extremely useful. And then I was sitting there looking at a Grafana dashboard, realizing that like, oh yeah, I can just look at metrics and logs for everything because that's just a default in my environment. And so I can use something like Blocky that doesn't have a built-in GUI, but has a really detailed access log and really good built-in metrics to look at the dashboard, to look at like a dashboard in a data visualization tool and use my normal alerting workflow. But not everyone has that, and having that built into your router is extremely useful. So one other thing I want to mention is what I recommend doing this. I would say unless you are very aggressive about doing everything as code and have very picky preferences when it comes to router stuff, I'd look into it. Otherwise, don't. I've caused probably 12 hours of downtime this year. Is that an accurate number, do you think?
Until you get it right.
Yeah.
It was easy.
Yeah, now it's easy, but like if my router, like if the physical machine my router runs on blows up today, I'm not super worried about it. But until like 2 weeks ago, I would have been extremely afraid of that happening. So now that I'm on the other end of it, it's fine. And I might try it again with Nix someday if Nix is ever in my environment, just so I can get that benefit of like, if I undefine something, it goes away. And if I screw up routing, I don't have to spend an hour like remembering how the IP route command works to clean up my mess. Yeah, unless you're extremely picky about router preferences, use an appliance. They have abstractions that are there to help you. Any questions? If
Curious, in you run into BIOS?
Yes. So I read through VIOS, but it was an abstraction that didn't expose everything, and I was going to run into the same problems. So like if I wanted to run Telegraph on a VIOS machine, I think I would have to do it through Docker, or they don't expose all the configurations for you. And running an observability agent through a container runtime is extremely annoying because you have to pass through like /proc in order for it to get host metrics. Whereas doing it with like a normal Debian or a normal Fedora install, I can just use the exact same automation I have for deploying Ansible. So same thing with WRT too. Because I think that uses like Alpine, and so I can't use systemd.
Are there any specific hardware recommendations you would make for someone looking to go down this path? You said that you had some crappy AliExpress box, but
pretty much anything that has decent Linux support in 2 NICs. Routing's like fairly easy, and I can actually pull up the like actual requirements that I'm using right now. But it's like you can run a router on a potato. I wouldn't do a virtual machine router unless I absolutely had to, just because.
I would suggest something with Intel interfaces.
If you refresh the page, it'll fix it. It's something stupid in Grafana.
I know. So yeah, I'm running. There we go. So this was like a 300. It was like $200 or $300 off of AliExpress. I got this before prices went crazy, but it was like $200 or $300. It's like an Intel N1 something, and that's been working fine. And you could see it's running Fedora, and it's like barely breaking a sweat. I can even.
Is that x86?
Yes.
Do you know what the power draw on it looks like?
I do not. I don't get per port power monitoring anywhere in my environment.
A100s are pretty.
Yeah.
They don't draw a lot of power.
This
I
is
meant
a-
like the whole box on the wall.
If I had to guess, well under 50 watts, probably like 10 to 15
Mine's 20.
for
So, yeah.
BIOS. Yeah.
It's a similar idea.
Yeah, and it's like not even using one core, and that's including running a reverse proxy and CrowdSec for intrusion detection.
The thing about routers is most of it's done in hardware on the network card, and so you don't need a whole lot of performance. So the lower performance you can go, the better power efficiency you get. If you're doing VPNs, you want to make sure you have a router that supports whatever the encryption protocol is, but other than that, you're good.
Yeah, one thing I forgot to mention through this was VPNs. I started off using OpenVPN until like 2023. It was kind of a pain in the butt to figure out. Then I discovered overlay networks are extremely easy. I even used like vanilla WireGuard for a while, but they all had the problem of like configuring the client required multiple manual steps, like downloading a configuration file, sharing it with the person, and like that just became cumbersome. So even when I was using OpenSense still, I was switched over to Tailscale, and I just have one machine in my environment that acts as an exit node. So that way, like right now, I can get to any service that doesn't have the Mesh VPN agent on it from this machine, because it'll just route anything to the 3 private subnets through that node. That's another thing I would strongly recommend is if you don't have a VPN you like now, don't use vanilla WireGuard or OpenVPN unless you have a really good reason not to. Using something like NetBird's a sponsor this year, that's all right. Tailscale is what I use, or Nebula. I look into those because you can integrate with like single sign-on providers. So then like when my kids get a new phone or anything, I just tell them like sign with your Google account, and I don't have to like download a VPN pack or a WireGuard config and put it on their phone for them. But yeah, you can run this on a very modest system. Like it's not even using one CPU core over the last like 2 days. Even in the last week. So yeah, any other questions?
You got any videos walking through your setup?
I was gonna joke that I was threatening to read YAML files at people during this talk, but yeah, I think I censored everything. Don't DDoS me. Don't DDoS me. So what this looks like is basically, so I even have, do you want to build a router? What this is doing first is setting up the NMCLI. So inside of the Ansible community module, you can configure individual interfaces with connection names. So the first thing I screwed up was I copy pasted this connection name and the connection name in the LAN. So I had to like redo all the interfaces by hand just to get to the point where I could like SSH into the box and let automation fix everything. So that was fun. On the WAN, you do want route setup, and then I also set up the route to say, hey, go to my ISP's gateway IP and go for it. And then here I have the configure the LAN interface, and here's where things get a little bit abnormal for Network Manager, where you want to specify like, please never set up default routes, I'll handle it for you. So don't set up a default gateway so NAT can do its thing, and also never set up the default route as well. So same thing, set up the DNS server, set up the route on there. And then configuring VLANs, it's just using a loop in Ansible. So basically configure VLAN 42, 99, and 69 so that they all have their correct interfaces and everything. I don't want to get into I didn't have time to sanitize my NF tables config, but after you go through and set up all the NF tables interfaces, you're able to just include that rule there. Basically what that will do is put the NF tables configuration on the router, create a custom systemd unit that starts after networking is working on the machine. It is theoretically less secure, but like from the time the network interfaces are up to the time that systemd unit is done running, you technically have an open NF table. Like it's you have no NF tables configuration, so that could be insecure. But that's like literal seconds after every reboot. And then here we are including the caddy role because I run caddy on my router just so I don't have to manage a separate VM for it and set up more port forwarding rules. And basically all that is doing is turning on the copper repo for caddy, which is their official way to do it, install caddy, copy, paste the config file from Git, restart the service if either the package changed or the configuration changed. And that's a really cool feature of Ansible that I wish more people would like shout from the rooftops, is Ansible supports something called handlers, which is a conditional thing that happens at the end of a playbook. So if you need to like restart caddy, but only when certain things happen and you don't want to cause an interruption, basically what Ansible will do is if nothing changed, it's item dependent, so or item potent. So if you run it multiple times against the same machine, nothing will happen. But you can use handlers to say that if this file changed, restart this service, which is my most common use case for it. Any other questions?
I'm afraid that we have to start wrapping up.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
That's all good.
You had so many typos years wide. You changed everything. Yeah. There was a party on literally, yeah. That's fine. It was still good. So this one we need to
It's because there are some versions of some software it's impossible.
Nice talk, man. That was really informative. I will wind up going down this path with my PCM.
Make sure you actually create downtime with your
Change management committee.
Yes.
All I gotta say is
Thanks, guys.
copy and beat. Read him in tomorrow.
I was under distress when I wrote it.